Evidentiary hearing in case number NEPR-AP-2023-0003. It's Tuesday, November 25th. Reminder to everybody to speak loud, speak slow, announce yourselves until the various reporters know who you are. Ms. Vitacek, have I sworn you in, ma'am? Okay, thank you. And Mr. Gonzalez, I have already sworn in. Can you hear me in the back? I beg your pardon. Okay, but how am I doing? Okay, that's their problem. Okay. All right. Here's our agenda for today. Thank you for returning to make use of this formerly free day. All right. We'll start the morning with questions remotely from Mr. Rafael Sosa on labor relating to generation, mostly going to Ms. Vitacek. Secondly, while Ms. Sanchez-Bras is here, for a couple of brief questions of her, following up on some matters from the other day, number 2. Number 3, questions on retail wheeling for Mr. Burgermeister, which will be asked remotely by PREB consultant Courtney Lane. And that, as I understand it, completes the substantive questioning that is going to happen today before I get to some housekeeping questions. Am I correct, or is there something else that I've omitted? Anybody? Mr. Brady?
Yes, Corey Brady for the record. On the new generation materials, Mr. Payen's Cruz filed a correction, I believe, last night, and so I did have some questions on that.
All right, well, and that is just fine. And why don't we take them, well, we brought Mr. Do you mind, Mr. Burgermeister, if we take them before we get to retail wheeling? Sir?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so let me just get that on my list here. So the third item is going to be bondholders' questions. What are these about, Mr. Brady? About generation, right?
Generation, and specifically the operation of the TM 2500s.
Okay. Mr. Payen's is here, is that correct? Nice to see you again, sir. Okay. Okay, and then when we finish with those, that 4 categories of substantive questions, I have a couple of questions that are not witness issues, I don't think, but let me tell you what they are. Okay, just so you know and you can think about it. Ready? I was wondering why Mr. Balbis and Mr. Smith have pre-filed testimony on net metering. I was wondering what that has to do with this rate case. I'm not arguing about it, but I didn't understand why it's there and what we're supposed to do about it. So I want to check in with counsel about that, okay? Also, there was testimony the other day, questioning conducted by Mr. Camacho up here about third-party attachments. I'm being told that the result of that questioning is that the revenues that the Bureau should consider were not $400,000, but $3.5 million. And I don't know if there's anybody here who can help me understand why that is or whether that's correct, but I had that question. There's something else from Ms. Sanchez-Bras. I'll put that up closer to when she's speaking to me, and that's, I hope I've not lost anybody yet. What do we do if the water bill is higher than projected? I'll just ask you that when we get there, Ms. Sanchez-Bras, okay? And I want to talk to you about administrative notice, all 79 documents, and what you want me to do about them, because I've done a little study, and I'm wondering why we have so many. And that's, well, I want to revisit with Ms. Mercado this conversation that was instigated by Mr. Vasquez Melendez for ICPO yesterday about what happens if and when the Energy Bureau imposes a fine, and whether what follows next are conversations between LUMA and P3A that could then lead to an argument to the Bureau that the customers ought to bear the fine. I was surprised and confused by that, I don't want to have a lot of oral argument about it today, but I wanted to make sure we all understood what that question is so we can think about how best to come to clarity about it. I hope nobody minds. I want to catch these things while they're fresh in everybody's mind. And that's my proposed, that's not my proposed, that's the agenda for today. Everybody good? Any questions, concerns? All right. Do we have Mr. Sosa ready? Can we see him nice and big and loud and clear? Mr. Sosa, join us. All right, the system is
morning.
working. Let's hear your voice, sir.
Good morning,
Let's hear it
everyone.
again.
Can you hear me okay?
Not yet. Let's get the volume up. Gerardo, can you move over here? Thank you, sir. Can we just give Gerardo a little bit of applause here? This whole thing works because of him. All right, try it again, Mr. Sosa.
Buenos
Speak more.
dias. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well?
All right, hold on. Get it bigger there, Gerardo, will you? Try it again.
Buenos dias. Good morning.
All right. We were a lot better when we had who was it? Tim on there. Yeah, there was a button up there to press. All right, now try it.
Buenos dias. Good morning.
Okay, that's just about loud enough.
Good morning.
Okay, perfecto. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, Mr. Sosa, please continue.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ms. Vicek, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Good morning.
And-
Close enough.
All right. Thank you. So thank you for being here in this morning. We will be speaking about a few of the labor budget matters. Specifically, Genera's labor operating expenses are proposed at over $113 million for the FY26 optimal budget. Can you please guide us as to how you construct this labor budget at a high level?
Sure. So Genera's regular or constrained budget is around 77 million. The difference that you see between that number and the higher number is based on December of last year, we received a proposal from the union where the union is we're negotiating. It's been about a year or so that we started negotiating with them. And we took into consideration I would say, optimal scenario for the union if everything is negotiated towards what they asked. And that's how that number was calculated. It includes benefits, salary increases, premiums, and several other asks from the union. That's the difference.
Thank you, Ms. Vicek. So in essence, what I'm understanding you to say is that strictly speaking, between constrained and optimal, the difference is the potential of a collective bargaining agreement. No other changes in terms of headcount or increases in other areas aside from that collective bargaining agreement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't know if you recall, back in 2023, July 25th, Genera submitted a complete roster of the accepted and open vacancies for Genera. Around that time, the average salaries were approximately $62,000 with a median of approximately $52,000. Do you recall these figures?
Yes, I know what you're talking about. That was a report that we submitted for to report on how many governmental employees had accepted Genera's offer. As part of Genera's contract, we had a transition period, and we were to report out number of employees that we got from the government and how many external employees filled our positions as well. We also were to report out how many openings we had. The biggest concern at that time was the transition of generation and making sure that the needs were attended to, and also that we had our critical positions filled. And lastly, as part of our agreement with, the whole contract, we had to make sure we extended offers to the former PREPA employees that were at minimum what they were earning or higher, as well as their benefits had to be as minimum as what they were receiving or higher. So that report served to prove that we had completed our responsibility towards that commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Vicek. And in that process, the Energy Bureau evaluated those numbers and made a series of observations. How would you say that the current figures compare? I'm sorry, I think I lost
now, I think.
everybody. Can everybody hear
Yeah,
me
yeah.
okay?
Yes.
Now, yes.
Start that question again, please.
Yes. So in that 2023 submission, the Energy Bureau made a series of observations and analysis based on the numbers provided by Genera back then. How do those figures compare to current proposed numbers?
Mr. Sosa, I don't remember honestly what were the comments made back then. I really don't recall any of those comments. I'm sorry. But if what you're asking about is what the headcount is like today, so when we first started, at July 1st, we had about 500 and, about 590, 600 employees. Right now, our headcount is planned for 730 employees. And that's, if you're asking about headcount numbers, those are our numbers.
Thank you. So to understand, are you saying that you currently have 600 employees, or are you saying that that's how you started in 2023 and now you have
we started
approximately
with around
730?
Yes, you're correct. We started with 600, around 600. And we have right now 700 with about 30 positions open.
Okay. So 30 vacancies, 700 employees. And what's your projected headcount for FY 26, 27, and 28?
Okay, so if you go to planned, what we did and how we based that number was when as you all know, Genera is only 2 years old. We're on 2.5 years now. So our reference of the 803 employees that we projected was based on what we inherited from the number inherited from PREPA. And we left that number as a conservative number. Throughout these 2.5 years, we have done our reorg and also our analysis. And based on those numbers, we have been observing or monitoring our productivity and our efficiencies. Right now, we think that 730, probably 740, based on other plannings that we have, it's a good number for the moment. But like any organization, an organization, a corporation is it's a life, it's a body that evolves. So as units are, behaving in a certain way and the business leaders find a need to modify their organizations, we remain flexible and open to take into consideration those observations if they are, of course, for a better efficiency in service and productivity as well.
Thank you. And in terms of comparisons to salaries, average salaries being 62,000, median being approximately 52,000 back in 2023, how does that compare with your current request?
We are pretty much there. The last number that I recalled, it's our average, and that is not, Mr. Sosa, when you're saying salaried, you're just talking about base salary, full compensation, or totally company cost. What number are you using
Total comp,
to give me that figure?
not company cost.
Total.
Yeah.
Okay, because I had the company cost number in my head. Yes, I would say the number that you are mentioning is correct. I would say between 50,000, 60, between those numbers in average, right?
So to understand how you
Sorry,
formulated the
sorry.
budget,
One second. I thought I heard him say, for your comment, that the average salary was 62. Is that correct, Mr. Sosa?
I understood 52.
the average, thank
Ma'am?
you, Mr. Hempling, for clarifying. The average is 62,000. The median is approximately 52,000.
Yeah, that's correct.
So to understand how you formulated the budget, did you multiply the totality of the total cost of the company to the head count, and that's how we get to the 77.6 million for constrained and 113.6 for optimal?
No, Mr. Sosa, that's not how I calculate budgets. I follow a traditional way of estimating labor budget that I've done through my career. What I do is I use the actuals. I estimate the rest of the cost of, what it could be overtime. We follow an estimation based on the shifts that the employees are assigned. And then what we do is that we take also any opening positions. We add those numbers. We also calculate in there Social Security benefits, Social Security, taxes, any company incurred cost, and that is the total number that we use. We apply to that a 3.5% cost of living to estimate year after year, which I based it on market data. It's a standard percentage in this market. And that's how you see the lower budget presented. That's how I got to that number.
Thank you. And on October 31st, Genera amended its budget based on approximately $187 million of DOE money. Did that have any impact on your labor budget?
No.
Thank you. So on Exhibit 83, Mr. Quinoy and Mr. Scoot rebuttal to expert report Justo Gonzalez, they talked about a category Z. They talked about a category Z employee in terms of federal monies and costs that would be covered by project management. Can you talk to us a little bit about category Z?
I really don't know what category Z refers to. I mean,
For the
Morning.
clerk, I believe that's
I
page
can answer
4.
that.
Mr.
Okay,
Payens?
we're gonna hear. Okay, yeah, we're gonna hear from Mr. Payens and then Ms. Sanchez Bras on the issue of category Z.
Good morning, Ricardo Payens, for the purpose of record. Category C, it's the the administrative cost grant awarded by FEMA when they give a grant for disaster recovery. They always allocate a percentage for administrative costs that may cover labor, in-house labor, or contractors to administer the grant only. It has to be work related to the disaster and for administering the grant. Is not for field project management.
Anything to add, Ms. Sanchez-Bras, to that?
Yes, good morning. Maria Sanchez-Bras for the record from Genera. I just want to add that most of that will not be the purview of Ms. Wittechek, because what we do, we keep apart those amounts that are actually federal funded to make sure that we don't mix the operation with what the projects are. What we have been doing, and that we will talk about more in the federal panel, is we've been taking some of the projects employees that we have within Genera, and we have actually those that are fully engrossed in that federal project. We are indeed submitting for a reimbursement for those, and we will talk about that in the federal panel.
Thank you,
Continue,
Ms.
Mr.
Sanchez-Bras.
Sosa.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Hempling, can you repeat that?
Just continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez-Bras and Mr. Payens for that clarification. And that's a little bit of what we're trying to understand in terms of resource allocation. So, for example, an employee of Genera who splits their day, say 4 hours on FEMA reimbursable repair and 4 hours on routine operations and maintenance, how is that currently being tracked for purposes of this labor budget?
Good morning, Maria Sanchez again for the record. Can you ask that question again, please?
Sure. So in a scenario where a Genera employee is splitting his day or her day between 4 hours on a FEMA reimbursable repair and 4 hours on a routine operations and maintenance activity, how are we tracking this split of a Genera resource?
Excellent question, and thank you for that. We have implemented what we call Genera Connect, which is a system of tracking hours where we ask all of our project, particularly the projects team, to track their hours and with details that Core 3 and FEMA will require for us to make sure that we can actually get reimbursement for those hours. We have already submitted approximately $300,000. We are already, I think, 56% of the review from Core 3 already done. They've approved $58,000, but we are expecting in the future for those projects that are now undergoing to peak. So yes, we're doing that. Thank you.
Ricardo Valles for the record. May I add something? Mr. Sosa mentioned operation and maintenance. I have to emphasize, and we've said this before, but it's important for the record. The ordinary work that our employees perform is not eligible. You can only charge to the Cat C grant management work related for the disaster recovery. We cannot charge our ordinary duties to the Cat C. It's not eligible.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez-Bras and Mr. Payens for those clarifications. And you know, that's precisely what we're trying to understand in terms of the overlap between FEMA and regular operations and maintenance. So at this point, Ms. Sanchez-Bras, when you mentioned that you've submitted approximately $300,000 in those reimbursement, Is that credited to the labor budget since these are Genera employees? What is the relation in terms of those reimbursements that are sought for activities that a full-time employee of Genera is performing on federally funded activities?
Okay, as you know, most of these projects are managed by contractors just because of the essence of the project. It's a short-term project. So what we do is most of those employees that are working directly are contractors. So those are fully funded by federal funds. Regarding those employees, as I was explaining, those employees that are dedicated to those projects that are actually Genera employees, we have started to track with Genera Connect those hours to make sure that we could provide a savings to whatever payroll fund of the operation.
So under this scenario with Genera Connect, it would be an expectation that there would be an impact of reduction in the current labor estimates based on these new tracking that Genera has incorporated.
That is the expectation as long as they are working in federal programs. Our expectation is to get reimbursement from federal funds. And again, that as it peaks in the next couple of months and years, we should be able to see a savings in our labor expense.
And in our last meeting with Mr. Scoot and Mr. Quinoy, they testified that Genera has a large number of federally funded capital projects. Can anyone provide an understanding of the current proportion of amount of federally funded labor that current Genera employees are expected to perform in these fiscal years?
Thank you for the question. Again, you have to understand that most of these projects, we work through them with contractors. So the majority of that labor is fully funded through contractors. The hours that we are able to get reimbursed for, those that are employees of Genera, are less than what we spend in contractors. It's basically our staff of PMO probably could spend maybe 10% or 20% of their time specifically on federal programs, but even 10% or 20% is enough to give us some savings in that labor and not have it to charge it to the customers. So we are seeking those as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Vicek, in 2023, you submitted this roster where we had that full visibility. Is it a possibility that Genera generates same roster calculating the impact of the employees that are exposed to those reimbursements?
As Maria mentioned, we could identify, for example, the PMO department, the project management team, who spends some of their time in the federal projects. That's what I think we basically can identify.
Thank you. And turning to Ingeniero Justo Gonzalez, is he present in the room? I apologize, I can't see very well from here.
Yes, he's present, but who needs a translator? You have him already. Go ahead, please.
Ingeniero González,
Mr. Sosa.
buenos días. En su reporte de recomendación, usted recomendó la posibilidad de incluir los costos de labor en partidas federales. En su experiencia y en su reporte, ¿puede abundar a qué se refería y en cómo compara con el testimonio que hemos escuchado en el día de hoy.
Sí. González, para efectos de récord, muy buenos días a todos. La experiencia que tuvimos durante el huracán María en la recuperación del sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico, donde se estaba llevando a cabo la mayor parte de los trabajos utilizando fondos federales. Sabemos que los fondos federales cubren desde materiales, equipos y también labor. Lo que estamos recomendando es básicamente, ¿verdad?, para que se diferencie y no haya lo que se conoce, ¿verdad?, como un doble presupuesto para la misma causa. Lo que se está buscando es diferenciar el trabajo que se hace ordinario, tal y como se estaba explicando aquí, con el trabajo que se hace mediante fondos federales. Y así, pues, obviamente, de acuerdo al porcentaje de capacidad de trabajo que se esté llevando a cabo y los presupuestos gastados, pues tiene que reflejarse un efecto en el total del presupuesto que se está proyectando en términos del presupuesto ordinario para trabajo. O sea, entiendo que debe aclararse si el presupuesto que está aquí y se presentó, digamos, de 77 millones o el de 113 millones, que se explicó, ¿verdad?, una diferencia que hay por unos gastos relacionados a lo que va a ser la unión, la entrada de una unión a trabajar con Genera. Ya se explicó esa parte, pero la parte que conlleva los trabajos federales, que se diferencie uno del otro para evitar el doble impacto en el presupuesto. Y si eso trae ya el forecast que ellos han preparado, ¿verdad?, de ese presupuesto, si ya tiene y contempla esa diferencia.
Go ahead, Mr. Sosa.
Muchas gracias, señor González. En términos, Ms. Vicek, turning back to you, another reference to your colleagues, Mr. Quinoy and Mr. Scott, where they referenced that Genera's actual headcount has been approximately 12 to 14% below budget during the review period. Were you aware of this variance when you prepared your labor operating expenses budget?
Yes, Mr. Sosa, I mentioned that at the beginning. I said that we planned on 803. I stated why we planned on that number. And I also mentioned to you that mentioned before, that our numbers right now are between 730, 740. That's what we see for the time being. I also think that Genera is a young corporation. It's 2.5 years old. And those numbers could be modified depending on any efficiencies or any changes in equipment. So yes, this is true what I'm explaining to you.
Thank you. And I just try to understand in terms of your budgeted headcount. Does it reflect that expectation that you will be 12 to 14% below budgeted headcount? Did you make that reduction already, or is your current headcount the headcount that you need, the one that you have budgeted in terms of the totality of open positions and current positions?
The budget is based on actuals and openings. That's what the budget is based on.
Thank you. And Mr. Quinoy and Mr. Scoot also mentioned that the utility sector is facing a nationwide shortage of skilled technical workers. Any comments in terms of what the expected impact is on on the projected hiring of these open vacancies?
Well, Mr. Sosa, we do have several plans in place. We have internship programs. We are reaching out to universities, local universities. We also establish agreements with technical schools. Most of our hires are coming as we actually established about a year and a half ago our interns programs. We invite engineering students in their last year of school. They do a practice in our plants. They stay with us for about 3 months, and it's renewable. Like those 3 months can renew. And some of them successfully have become part of our employees once they are graduated, and we have openings. They are eligible to participate in the recruitment process. We also establish a supervisory trainee program for young engineers so that they are exposed to, without having the full responsibility, they are exposed to a leadership role, mid-management leadership role. We also are training in-house, investing a lot in training in-house so that the junior positions received the knowledge to, properly, through courses, advance to the other scale of the positions within the organization. So most roles have a career path that we provide internally or externally, depending on whether we have the resources or not, courses, so that people or employees can grow from within. So we are trying to have as many plans as we can for successors and for these, people need that we are aware of. We have.
Thank you for the explanation. And in terms of the scarcity or the shortage, has that had any impact on in terms of salary, bonuses, or any adjustments in compensation?
Well, we do. We have gotten market salary market information. We try to remain as competitive as possible within, the market to be attractive. Our benefits are also, I would say, top of the class in benefits. So Genera presents to the candidates an attractive offer so that we can remain competitive. And I think that we have a success in attracting candidates and retaining candidates. So we are facing the same challenges that every other company has. It's not a challenge. It's not a mistake. It's not a lie. It's true of the matter. But we do our best to continue attracting talent and retaining talent.
So, excuse me, Ms. Vitacek, I do want to make sure you answered Mr. Sosa's precise question with as much information as you have. Very specifically, is there evidence that the nationwide shortage of skilled workers is affecting your ability to hire? Your answer was you've got a great program in terms of training interns, but the question was different. Are you facing shortages? Do you face shortages now in terms of what you need in the company because of the nationwide tightness of the labor market?
I don't feel comfortable in answering a yes or a no because we fill our positions.
That's the answer. You designed the number of positions without regard to a shortage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you filled the positions. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what I infer from those two simple answers is that you are not facing problems right now because of the shortage. Is that correct?
It is correct.
All right, but you are cautiously preparing for such a shortage by bringing in all the apprentices and the training programs and the people in the last year of school and the supervisory training programs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to piece it all together. And on the salaries, you're finding that notwithstanding the tightness in the labor market, you are paying enough to attract the positions that you have created. Is that correct?
That is our position.
Except the ones that for which you have openings. What's going on there? Is there a problem with the shortage, or is that the natural amount of openings that happen at that point in time?
Our turnover is 6.43%. That's our rate. It's below the average. The average is between 9%. So I'd say it's a healthy turnover rate.
So your openings are related to the turnover. They're not related to a labor shortage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's what he was getting at, and thank you very much. Mr. Sosa.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. With those questions, you covered all the remaining questions I had. No further questions.
Okay, let's see who wants to question Ms. Vitacek or just Russ. Go ahead, sir, please.
This is Commissioner Torres Sanchez Bra. You mentioned that you have something called Genera Connect.
Yes, good morning, Maria, for the record.
Since when is that program established?
We established it as Ms. Vidicek was talking. We just started recently 2 years ago. So we started working with federal programs maybe a year ago. So I'd have to say like 6 months. We've had that online and working.
Okay, and you mentioned that that program allows savings.
That's correct.
How are those savings transferred to the ratepayer? Is it
Well-
at the end of the year or reconciliation, or how are we going to do that?
Exactly. Every year, as you all know, our OMA provides for us to get incentives from any savings that we can find. We actually, one of the savings is on the budget. If we can remain below budget by different things that we're doing, we are pursuing them. So any reduction in labor will certainly impact the ratepayer.
Excuse me, please, but really the commissioner's question was different. He's asking about the revenue requirement, and you responded in terms of the OMA. I know you were not intending to evade, but I want to be technical with you for a moment, okay? Sorry about the legal technicalities, but there's a principle in rate making called the prohibition against retroactive rate making. Are you familiar with that concept?
Sure.
Okay, so what I understand is this: if one is, unless there is a in advance method of returning funds to the ratepayers, if we set a revenue requirement based on a certain amount of labor, and you end up spending less than the labor, that money stays in one of your accounts. It doesn't get, there's no legal way for it to pass back to the ratepayers unless the Bureau in some way has stated in advance that those savings must come back. Is that your understanding?
Totally understanding. And if I may.
Counsel, is that your understanding of the law? Yes, ma'am. I'm talking to you, Ms. Vasquez.
Yes, it is. But can Mr. Payens make a clarification?
Well, before he makes the clarification.
Go right ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So right now, as I was explaining, we are in the process of submitting to Core 3 and to FEMA to see what amounts are they don't grow on trees. You have to work for them. So at this particular point in time, there is no estimate that I can give you that I can reduce from the budget so that I can give you the savings. We expect as they peak, as the programs peak, we expect that there's going to be some savings, and certainly that's when we're going to be seeing the actual dollars. But at this point, I can't give an estimate so that I can reduce it from my budget.
Okay, so I want to make sure that we're clear on the record so that the, I think, ultimate purpose of the commissioner's questions is served. If the Bureau wants to have a way to get some of that savings for the customer, it's going to have to say something explicit about that in its order. Otherwise, the money stays in your accounts. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay, Mr. Payens, please, sir.
Ricardo Payens for the record. In the case of the CAT-C, it's very important to understand how it works. CATC, it's a reimbursement program. We
To get that language clear, what are you referring to?
the CATC, that was the
Category?
category Z.
Z, okay.
So it's what Mr. Sosa was asking at the beginning.
Yes.
The CAT Z, it's a grant that it works as reimbursement. So we need to have the budget. We need to have the money in our accounts. We will pay our payroll and the expenses and the fringe benefits, all that stuff. And then we prepare a package for quarterly review. And even though Genera has been very successful, 96% of our RFRs or reimbursement requests are processed in less than 60 days by core 3. So we've been very successful. We need to have the money in our accounts for the CAT-C. So it's important to budget it. If not, we won't be able to do anything else.
Thank you. So Ms. Ms. Sanchez-Brush, let me ask you this. Again, thinking about this constraint of the prohibition against retroactive rate making, at the very least, the Energy Bureau could require you to record and report if there are savings relative to what the FEMA flow is. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the Bureau can decide what to do about that, consistent with the legal principles.
Totally correct.
Okay, I don't know if there's any other way to deal with that situation at the moment, but if you have any ideas, commissioners will be glad to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm still on my line of questioning. Sanchez-Bra, you mentioned that any savings would be, as per the GOMA, would be shared 50% with the people of Puerto Rico and 50% Genera. But aren't those savings based on federal funding? Who would pay those savings? Let's say you saved $100. We would get $50, you would get $50, but who would pay those $50? Because they were based on federal funds. The federal government is going to pay those savings?
I apologize. I don't understand the question. Sorry.
You said that if you saved $100 because you used Genera employees to do federal funding projects, those $100 that you saved on the budget, Puerto Rico gets $50 of those savings and Genera keeps $50 of those savings. Who pays those savings? Is it the ratepayer?
No, that's the case. That the ratepayer, right now, we come here with our roster because we understand that that's what we will need to operate. But if part of those dollars that are coming out of the ratepayer right now, we can find a way to transfer to federal funds, it's a savings to the ratepayer. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but considering what Mr. Payens already said, the money, this is Commissioner Ramos,
Oh,
the money would have already been in Genera's account and it would be a reimbursement. So the money we would have already paid. And yeah, I just don't see that as a savings that would be categorized under the GOMA for a incentive for Genera. That would just be a reimbursed forced account labor. I just don't see that as something that Genera did that would mean that it would be saving money for Puerto Rico.
based on the
Sorry.
budget that we are asking for, because right now, and with many other line items that we have been able to manage to fund through federal funds, certainly they are a reduction of what we are spending with local funds. That's how I see it.
If I may. Ricardo Valles for the record again. With all due respect, getting the reimbursement is not automatic. We need to, we had to make a lot of work, document it. A Grant Connect was not, something that happened automatically. We had to do it. We have a group of people working on documenting, tracking, submitting the packages, and then getting the reimbursement successfully. And about the numbers, I'm not, if we identify under the CAD-Z $100, we get reimbursed the $100. The CATC, as a matter of fact, doesn't have a cost share. So when the reimbursement is received, it's when the savings are divided for the UMA. That's what we understand. 50 for we receive the $100, 50 for the repair, 50 for us per the GOMA, or LGO UMA as we call it. But it's how it works. But it's not automatic. It's there's a lot of work that has to be done in order to get that reimbursement.
Yeah, but who's paying for that work that you're doing to get the reimbursement?
That's eligible work. That's eligible work. The
Yeah,
grant
but
the grant administration is
are
eligible.
paying for Genera to do the work to get the money back.
Oh,
I just
that's
we can keep-
that's an argument, right? But
well, I understand that the GOMA has certain provisions that would provide for savings that would eventually Genera would be entitled to 50% of those savings. But I just don't see acquiring a reimbursement for work that was federally eligible as a savings. I just don't see it. But that's me. I feel like I interrupted Commissioner Torres's line of questioning. So I'll let him continue. I have other things I want to talk about.
Yeah, I just want to know how the savings, because I believe that what you get reimbursed by FEMA for your employees doing federal funding work, you're saying that's the savings. So 50% goes to us and 50% goes to Genera.
Yes, that's exact. This is Maria for the record. That's exactly how it works.
Okay, but once again, I'm not clear. When the Commissioner Torres says, quote, 50% goes to us, meaning the ratepayers, is that what you understood him to say, ma'am?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm still lost on the prohibition on retroactive rate making. I don't see how it comes back to ratepayers. As I understand, it goes into an account, which can be used for other work or, well, used for other work. Is that what, how does it come to ratepayers? Or did you misunderstand his
It
question?
could use for other work. It could be to replace some line items that are short.
Yeah, so it goes back to the system for work
That's
on
correct.
the system. It doesn't go back to ratepayers unless there's some, like I said,
That's right.
advance notice that gets us around the prohibition against retroactivity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's a matter of statutory law, correct, Ms. Vasquez? Okay, I just want to make sure we understand this because the record is not clear. When he was asking about going back to ratepayers, it goes back to accounts which can be used to serve ratepayers through system improvements. Is that correct? Unless the
That's
Energy
correct.
Bureau has in advance come up with some way to get the money back.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Torres, please continue.
No, that's all. Thank you.
I have a question because I am also struggling with the savings concept. Typically, when you talk about savings or incentivizing somebody about savings, it's because they did something out of the ordinary. So a project or something costs less than it was budgeted originally. But when we're talking about federal funding, that's not a saving. You're getting a reimbursement and you are working for the people of Puerto Rico to do that work for them to get the money back, the whole money back. I frankly have a difficulty seeing that as a saving that would qualify under the GOMA. You're just doing your work. There's nothing in the mix that Genera is putting in that act that would have provided a different outcome. If somebody else does that same work, what expertise or what went into that is different, that is a saving. You're just getting a reimbursement and you're being paid for that. That's a duty, an obligation you have under the contract. So the people of Puerto Rico should receive that federal reimbursement fully back, not share it with Genera, unless you tell me other characterization of saving or interpretation that bring something into a picture that changes that.
Ricardo Bayens for the record. Um, it's everything that Genera does. It's their duty. We cannot do anything that we were not hired to. And as a matter of fact, yes, Genera is a private company that gets a compensation for doing its work. So, and part of the compensation are the incentives itself. So, and with all due respect, the LGA OMA does not says that for being to qualify for an incentive, we have to do something out of the ordinary. That's not a language that is in the contract. So I don't think it's this is more a legal argument on the interpretation of the OMA. So and I don't want to I do have a lot of respect on the forum, and I don't want to
No,
get to.
I know your position, but it's under that premise. If you use hundreds or millions of federal money and you get reimbursement, the people of Puerto Rico has to give you half of that.
Okay, so I see two questions I just want to pin down. Okay, Mr. Payens and council. Question number one. First of all, what is the provision of the GOMA that we are talking about? Do you know offhand, Mr. Payens?
I do have it. I may, Maria here.
Yep.
It's Annex 2 of the AMA on compensation.
We'll take a 3-minute break. First of all, Ms. Sanchez-Bras, were you able to identify the provision of the GOMA that relates to this conversation we've been having?
Morning again. It's Maria here again.
Annex?
Annex 2. It's Annex 2, where it talks about compensation.
Yes.
Give me just 1 second. Exactly. Annex 2, compensation.
The entirety of Annex 2?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So here's my understanding of this conversation that we have just had. Number one, we have a provision, Annex 2 in the GOMA, that relates to the sharing of compensation associated with savings from federal funds. Number two, there may be different opinions as to what that provision means. That's not for this case yet. Number three, the commissioners are very interested in preserving their opportunity to determine if there are savings, what happens to them? Whether they stay in accounts to be used for service or whether those dollars come back. If the Bureau wants to determine that outcome, my understanding of the prohibition against retroactivity is that the Bureau will have to say something about it in the April order. And so, when you brief after the hearing, if you have any good ideas about mechanisms, I invite those. And that's where we stand. Everybody good?
Okay.
Yes.
Where were we on the questioning? Does Commissioner Torres have additional questions?
No, I'm done.
Commissioner Ramos, I have some questions. Ms. Woodcheck, is that close enough?
It is.
Vitacek? Vitacek. Ms. Vitacek, you mentioned the difference between the constraint and the optimum budget. I don't have the exact figures here, 70-something million to 113 million. That was all specifically due to the possible labor union coming into Genera. So right now there's no labor union.
There is a labor union. They got elected August of last year. What we've been doing ever since is negotiate.
Okay, so the
We don't
union's
have a
already in,
Correct.
and you're negotiating the benefits,
The
salaries.
the whole bargaining agreement.
Okay. So those figures that we're talking about, are those all the people, the figures that I'm talking about, the 70, what's the number of the constrained budget?
The constraint is 77.
77 million in constraint. This is all the labor for the employees or the labor force that would be in the union?
No,
That's
no.
the entire budget of
The
labor for
77 is
Genera.
for the full employee base. The labor employee base is about 440 employees.
Okay. Out of the 77 million, how much does the 400?
I don't have that number in my mind. I would have to calculate it.
50%, 70%?
Well, we are 730 and they are 440,
Okay,
450 when we hired, we have some openings right now.
okay,
So give or take 450.
okay. And that increase would be 100% going towards the bargaining agreement.
Well, Commissioner, what we laid to the numbers we laid down were calculated on the scenario that given the negotiation, the union obtains everything they requested, right? Their best wish.
Mhm.
As I mentioned to you, we've been in negotiating process for a year. We haven't completed this negotiation, and our intent is to rationalize this. That is our responsibility. Nevertheless, we presented the scenario with their best desires.
Before Genera, when Prepa was operating the, and if you don't know, you don't, I guess you don't have to answer, but how the salaries that Genera is paying compared to the salaries that Prepa used to pay for the same job in the plants?
So as I mentioned before, when we were appointed for this job, there were certain parameters requested that we had to follow. One of them was that all the governmental employees from Prepa had to receive an offer from Genera, 803 of them. Their offer had to meet certain requirements. Requirement number one, they had to earn at least what they were earning or more. Two, their benefits had to be at least what they had or better. So I am confident to tell you that what we are paying the employees had to be better than what they were earning because we were requested to extend those offers.
Okay, were they already part of a union?
No, no. When they
No, I'm
came,
sorry, before Prepa had a union.
right, but that union doesn't. It's not the same union.
Yeah. My question is, they had certain benefits and certain salaries. They were already part of a union. They joined Genera, but with the same salary and benefits, correct? Or same or
No.
better?
No, I don't know all the benefits they had. We didn't get an estimate of all the benefits they had cost wise. What we had was what they earned salaried.
The
That's
base
it.
salary. So the base
Correct.
salary was at least equal or better?
Yes, they're hourly paid. Yes.
Okay.
But we never received numbers as to what was their total compensation, if you know what I mean.
I understand. Okay. Well, first of all, who makes the ultimate decision on whether Genera accepts this bargaining agreement or not?
It's not a matter of accepting. It's a negotiation. So
Depending on the amount of money that Genera is able to,
again,
no, to whatever, I guess, whatever the Bureau approves as a labor budget, then you would use that number to finish your negotiation?
Commissioner, I don't think it relates exactly that way.
Well-
Because it's in a bargain it's a fresh new bargaining agreement, correct? So there are many articles. The union presented what they want. Our job in Genera is to rationalize that wish list,
Mhm.
and then we go from there. You know, the employees already elected them.
Okay.
That's a decision
Well-
they made.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. My concern is that going from a $77 million labor budget that includes all employees in Genera to a $113 million budget, that's a 150% increase. But that's a 150% increase of the entire budget that would only go to like 50% of the employees.
Yeah. It's almost 37 million only to the union members. You're right. That's what they asked for.
Mhm. Wow.
Yeah, I said the same.
But what you're also saying is, as a practical matter, the Bureau cannot control the outcome of those negotiations, right? Right? Well, I'll put it this way. If the Bureau were to say, the following amount is the amount that we will include in the revenue requirement for the outcome of these negotiations, I guess you could take that amount to the negotiations and say, take it or leave it, but they could leave it, and then you won't have any employees. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
That could be a statement. Yes.
Okay, I know it sounds exaggerated, but what you're saying is that there's not really a way for the Bureau to avoid the possibility that your ultimate labor costs are going to be at variance from what the Bureau is assuming in a revenue requirement. There's no way to avoid that possibility, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
The possibility is there. We're trying to make our best negotiation. So this number is not the number, but we were transparent.
Okay,
We had to provide what could happen.
okay. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Torres. You mentioned that the ratepayers could be impacted by 37 million, depending on the negotiations that are going on. Who's forming part of this negotiation? Is the ratepayers represented in these negotiations somehow? Or is this just Genera with the union?
The employees are elected being represented. So the union, it's basically the voice of the employees that elected to have an external.
Yeah, but I'm talking about who's going to pay for this. This is the ratepayers that are going to pay for it. Who's representing the ratepayers in this negotiation or the final negotiation? Is it FOMB who approves it, or is it us?
Ricardo Bayens for the record. This is a labor regulated process. The parties that are involved are, the ones that are required by the law. The union has its representatives, and Genera, as the employer, has a committee that is participating. But, it's a labor process, labor law process.
All right, it's a straight question, straight answer. There's no ratepayer representative in the negotiations, period, right?
No.
Okay, that's not the way labor negotiations work, right?
Correct.
Okay, if the Bureau wants to influence those negotiations somehow, they'll have to come up with a way, but participating in the negotiations are not one of the ways, correct?
Correct, according to law.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Ramos again. So the let's call it $30 million of extra benefits for the labor workers. Can you summarize, like, is there something that they want that they don't have? Is it all increases on things that they already have? Is it correct to assume that all of the employees have at least medical insurance?
All of them.
Oh, they all do.
Yeah, except for the ones that deny it because
Okay.
they don't want to have it.
Please go ahead with at least a summary of the benefits.
Okay. Extraordinary compensation estimated at 6 million. Minimum compensation to increase by 13 million. Regular salary adjustments, almost 4 million. Productivity bonus, 2.3 million. License for vacations, 2.7 million. Sickness license increase by 915,000. Paternity license increase, because these are benefits they already have. Increased by 84,000, almost 85,000. Licencia por accidente del trabajo, 275,000. Union license, 76,000. More holidays, 656,000. Increase in retirement plan, 4,100,000. Increase in medical insurance, 22 million. Increase in Christmas bonus, almost 2 million. increase in life insurance, 200,000. And they also wanted an increase in the law that pertains to termination calculations, Law 80. We didn't have a way of calculating that because it's difficult to calculate terminations, but they also proposed to go above the law requirement when calculating severance.
Okay. I think I landed where I wanted to. You pretty much said normal benefits, or I guess things that would fall under what a regular employee would want. And then you said $22 million for increased medical insurance. Is that what you said?
No, 22,000. Esos no eran 22 millones, ese era el incremento por el seguro médico, según ellos están requiriendo, aumentaría por $23,000, no 22 millones.
So is that a cost or the benefit?
No. This is the estimated increase on what it already cost us.
So the budget. Okay.
Increase
So-
on top of what it already cost us.
Okay.
We don't pay $22,000 a year of medical insurance. What they are requesting, it's a augmented benefit,
Mm-hmm.
and with the augmented benefit on the medical insurance, our estimated cost increase is $22,000. Am I not?
22,000 for 400 employees. That just doesn't.
Yo creo que no nos estamos entendiendo. No.
That's what's going to cost.
No,
So-
en adición a lo que nosotros estamos ahora mismo
Pass the microphone.
en adición a lo que estamos ahorita mismo pagando por el medical insurance. No, de todo, de todos los empleados. Si nosotros estamos pagando aproximadamente, son 7,800 por empleado por año, 7 millones creo que es, 7 millones más o menos nos sale ahora la cobertura del seguro de los empleados.
Ok.
En adición a esos 7 millones, solamente por ese renglón, solamente por lo que es seguro médico, con el enhancement que desean, aumentaría esa posibilidad, $22,000.
Entiendo que si what you're saying is correct, and you have 400 employees, $22,000 in the 400 employees is $55 a year. That just doesn't make
En adición a lo que ya estamos gastando.
$55 a year is like $6 a month on.
Por esa
It's just,
línea.
okay, what I was
Esa
trying
línea.
to find out was I'm sorry, what I was trying to find out was what was the biggest line item of that $30 million? And when you read the list, I thought you said $22 million. I was looking for what's the biggest driver of the $30 million, because
Wait,
it's
go ahead, Commissioner, finish the question.
my question actually is what's the biggest driver of the bargaining agreement that takes it to almost 150% of the cost of labor?
Wait, don't answer.
Objection. This is an ongoing negotiation with the labor union, and it's very delicate detail. So if maybe we can have a confidential session if Commissioner Ramos or Commissioner Torres has any more questions, but we just don't want to get into these types of details in a public hearing.
Okay, understood.
Thank you very much for that care that you're taking with your sensitive negotiations. If the commissioners want to follow up on this level of detail, they will contact me and we will arrange a time to carry that out. Thank you very much. More questions, Commissioner Ramos?
I have one
No, that's
question,
it
and
for now.
it's not in that the level of detail. Just once it's agreed, how long will it last? Like you have to renew it 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, let's see. We're at 10:21. My understanding is that bondholders have some cross, and I don't mean to rush you at all, but if it's short, we'll do it before the break. If it's long, we'll do it after the break. Mr. Herman. Okay, well, you have your microphone? Okay, Mr. Herman.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. You can hear me? Yes. A little closer. This is my first time dealing with this microphone, so I'm doing my best. Is it working? Okay, great. I'm David Herman. I'm from the law firm of Deckert, LLP. I represent the PREPA ad hoc group. Since this is the first time I'm appearing, just so that Mr. Hempling and the commissioners understand who we are, the PREPA ad hoc group consists of 18 institutions that collectively hold about $2.6 billion of PREPA's bonds. Many of these institutions are long-term investors, not only in PREPA, but also in the Commonwealth and in others of its instrumentalities. And we really appreciate the opportunity to participate in these proceedings and hopefully be helpful. I just have a few questions by way of follow-up, and some of what I'll ask was maybe implicit in the answers that both of you gave, but I want to make sure that I'm clear. So the union negotiations that we've been discussing, at this point, the outcome of those negotiations is unknown. Is that right?
For the financial articles, there's a lot of unknown. There's certain non-financial articles that have already been agreed upon.
So it's unknown whether ratepayers will need to fund the additional $37 million that we've been discussing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, turning to Ms. Sanchez, you mentioned earlier that about 6 months ago, Genera started to track with Genera Connect work done that may be eligible for Category Z reimbursement. Is that right?
That is correct.
Before that began about 6 months ago, was Genera doing anything to ensure that eligible work was designated for potential reimbursement?
Well, like I explained earlier, we started 2 years ago. Genera is a pretty young company. So the first year when we started requesting to get some of the projects online. So it's been like maybe a year and a half that we started getting the procurement ready. So it takes time for the FEMA funds to get agreed upon and approved.
So you had some work to do before you were
Of course.
in a position to start tracking the time.
That's correct.
Okay, so before 6 months ago, Genera wasn't doing anything in specific to track the time that was available for potential reimbursement.
As I explained, we were starting in the procurement process, making sure that the projects were submitted to FEMA and Core 3, approved by PREP, by P3, making sure that all that process was done before we could actually start doing any work.
And then you started tracking time 6 months ago.
That is correct.
Now, you mentioned that Genera at this point has applied for reimbursement of Category Z work. Is that right?
But if you're specific to what is the Category C for the employees of Genera, yes.
When did Genera start making those applications?
Ever since we started tracking it, but my suggestion is that those questions should be brought during the federal panel, because they could be more specific to you of what you need to, or what you're asking.
Problem is that federal funds panel remains under construction and design, and I can't promise you, and it's only 2 days, and I'm not sure yet, if this is a short line of question, if you're able to answer it, I'd prefer just to get it now so we're sure that we have.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Herman. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, sir. What is the total amount of Category Z funding for which Genera has applied?
Is it specifically to employees of Genera?
Yes, for employees of Genera.
We have submitted $300K, of which we have already received $58,000.
And your expectation is to get additional reimbursement, is that right?
what we're expecting. We're trying to do our very best to maximize the funding that we have available.
I think you testified earlier that you expect those reimbursements to peak in the next few months or years.
That's the expectation because that's when the projects will actually start being started.
So that's during the time period that's at issue in this rate case. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how much does Genera expect to come in?
Like I said, at this point in time, I don't have an estimate.
And why do you think it will peak though during that time period?
Because the projects are already out of RFP, they have been assigned. We have already vendors in place to start the work. So certainly it should peak.
If that money comes in as expected, that will reduce the labor cost that Genera has to fund with ratepayer money. Is that right?
Like we were talking earlier, this is something that is an issue that we would like to discuss in another meeting. I mean, my expectation is that it should reduce the labor.
But as of now, and I understand that there's another discussion to have about the OMA and so
Exactly.
forth, but just so that we understand the budget, as of now, am I correct that Genera has not reduced the constrained or optimal budgets to account for the expected receipt of federal funds?
Which federal funds? Can you be more specific?
Sure, let me ask that again. As of now, Genera has not reduced the constrained or optimal budgets to account for the expected receipt of Category Z funds for Genera employees. Is that right?
At this point, we cannot, because we cannot do an estimate of what that will be.
Okay. And just to be clear, you have not in your application.
Not.
All right, let me ask a few questions about headcount. And I think these are questions for Ms. Vidacek. Is that right? How do you pronounce your name?
You just did it right. Vidacek.
Very good. Okay. You had an exchange about this with Mr. Hempling, but I was a little bit unclear about a few things. So I have maybe 4 or 5 questions. Now, Mr. Gonzalez, the consultant for the Energy Bureau, noted that from July 2023 to June 2025, Genera operated with about 12 to 14% fewer employees than budgeted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is Genera still about 12 to 14% employees below budget?
Yes.
And you mentioned that the budget, the constrained and optimal budgets are based on actuals and openings. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What does it mean that openings are taken into account?
Meaning that we had a position, we have either someone in that role that it's no longer in the organization and we want to replace them, or that there is a need to have that role fulfilled and that was not someone there before. But there's a role that needs to be fulfilled.
So in calculating the labor costs for the optimal and constrained budgets, does Genera assume that those openings will be filled during the relevant time period?
Yes.
I have no more questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
I had a few questions for Mr. Payenz.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Different attorneys for different witnesses. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
For the record, Corey Brady, Weil, Gotchell, and Manges, speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. Good morning, Mr. Payenz.
Good morning.
I'd just like to walk through a quick hypothetical to make sure that I understand the position that you stated about savings. So let's assume that Genera spends $10 million of ratepayer funds to improve a generation plant, which makes that plant more efficient in its operation. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, and those improvements in the plant's efficiency in turn result in the plant using $6 million less fuel per year than it did before the improvements were made. Are you still with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so those $6 million in fuel now are not being paid by anyone, right? Because less fuel in the aggregate is being used in this hypothetical. Do you agree?
Savings, if we have savings, nobody's paying.
Yeah, I mean, the fuel was being burned before the improvements, and now the $6 million of fuel is not being burned. So no one is paying for that fuel, right? Because it's not being burned.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And so those $6 million are savings, right? Because no one's having to pay them?
Yes.
Okay. So under your interpretation of the GOMA, that $6 million in savings would be split 50-50 between Genera and the ratepayers, right? 3 and 3.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It calls for a legal interpretation, and we just stated that this is something we're going to leave for briefing. Also, there is currently a case in the appeals court related precisely to the interpretation of the incentives. So this is something that I don't think we should discuss.
Okay, well,
Right.
may I respond before you rule?
Thank you, Mr. Payenz. Here's, I deny the objection, and here's my reasoning. Genera has a proposed revenue requirement that has an assumption about cost. Those assumptions about cost rest, perhaps, on assumptions about the law. But what Mr. Brady is asking about is the credibility of the assumptions underlying the request. And it's not Mr. Brady's fault that those assumptions happen to be legal assumptions. So I'll allow the question. If you do not understand the law and you do not understand the legal basis, just say so and say you can't answer the question, and Mr. Brady will have to deal with that fact. Now let's hear the question again, please.
Okay, so returning to this hypothetical, under the position that both you and Ms. Bross have stated today repeatedly during this hearing, that $6 million would be split 50-50, right?
Ricardo Payenz for the record again, yes.
Okay, now continuing with the hypothetical, let's say that Genera now gets $10 million of federal funds reimbursement for those improvements that it made to the plant with ratepayer funds. Are you with me?
You mean for the actual physical work?
For the improvements that made the plant more efficient.
Okay.
Okay, so that now changes the source of the payment, right? From the ratepayer NFC funds to the federal government, right?
If the money is eligible for reimbursement by FEMA?
Yeah,
Yes.
in this hypothetical, yeah.
Yes.
So the source of the payment changes.
Correct.
Because the $10 million is now being covered by the federal government.
90% of it, yeah.
Okay, right. So we can just set that aside to make this simpler for mathematical purposes, but I hear you. So there aren't savings, though, off of that $10 million, right? Because the $10 million is still being paid. It's just who's paying it.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So is it Genera's position that on that $10 million, that would also be split and Genera would get to take $5 million of the federal dollars as an incentive fee?
That will depend on the characteristics of the project. Depends.
Well, in this hypothetical, just with the characteristics I've given you.
No, I cannot answer. It will depend on the characteristics and the specifics of a project.
Okay, so what characteristics does it depend on?
It depends if it's a straight repair of machines that we were already doing. If we had to come back to FEMA and fight for eligibility under certain circumstances, it's the federal funding world. It's pretty complicated, Mr. Brady. Very complicated, I must say.
Okay, so I want to go back to the first one because I'm not sure I heard you. Did you say a straight repair? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What is a straight repair?
A straight repair is that a machine was broken and we have to fix it.
Okay, so in that example, would you be keeping the $5 million in federal funds?
No.
No. Okay, But if it's not a straight repair, so the machine wasn't broken, but you're just improving it in this hypothetical, you're saying you would keep the 5 million?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. So you made a distinction between a straight repair, which I understand is repairing, say, a turbine that's broken, versus a repair that I guess would just be improving the machine, but it wasn't broken to begin with, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Depending on the work, that might be a different situation. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying in the straight repair situation, Genera would not be keeping the $5 million of federal funds, but in the improvement situation, you would.
If it's an improvement that brought savings at the end to the ratepayer, yes.
Well, but as we discussed, it's not actually savings on the $10 million. It's just changing the source of payment, right? You agreed with that?
No.
No, you don't agree with that?
No.
There's less money being incurred than otherwise?
Oh, no. I'm trying to differentiate the type of work and how we bring savings to the ratepayer. If we're making, and the assumption that we're making the machine more efficient, it will bring other additional savings that were not necessarily just the amount spent. There are additional savings as well.
Right, and that was
because of efficiency.
That was the $6 million we discussed. But in this hypothetical, we're now talking about the $10 million that it took to actually make the machine more efficient, and that amount has stayed the same. It's just who is paying it, the federal government or the ratepayers, right? Okay. So it's your position that in an improvement scenario, not a straight repair, Genera would keep 5 million of the 10 million federal dollars.
In some cases, yes.
Okay, so given that interpretation, would you agree with me that Genera has a financial incentive to budget ratepayer costs for capital projects on which it expects to receive federal funding?
No.
Oh, you square that one up. Nobody's asking you to admit to evil. We're just trying to listen, I bill by the hour. I've got a financial incentive to rack them up, but I don't because I got 5 people behind me, but that's up to them to decide. So let's just be clear. Why do you not, if you're better off doing X than Y, how is your answer reconcilable with reality? Go ahead, sir.
Because our work is to identify the federal funding based on the availability. As we speak right now, that's something we've done already. The funds are capped.
All right, Mr. Brady, you could argue with him, but I'm not going to allow that, or you could write in your brief that you don't buy what he's saying, or you could take another shot at it, or you could move on.
So you're aware that Genera has produced what's called a hopefulness document funded projects, right?
Yes, we were asked to. Yeah.
Right. And there are a number of projects on that list that currently are ratepayer funded, right?
Yes.
And a number of those projects that currently are ratepayer funded, Genera has classified as potentially being eligible for federal funds, right?
Eligible? Yes.
Okay. So going back to my question, it is to Genera's benefit to put those as ratepayer funded, even if it expects to receive federal funds based on this position that you've just taken, that Genera gets to keep 50% of any federal funds ultimately received.
Well, not only for that.
Do you benefit financially from doing what Mr. Brady just decided? Does Genera benefit? There's no shame in it. Do you benefit financially if you do what Mr. Brady described?
Mr. Hamper, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but possibly, yes.
It could be possible.
Okay. That's the way this works in adjudication. He asks the questions, you answer them, and he decides in the brief what to talk about and what not. Next question.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
The
sir.
commissioners want to clarify, because this is being viewed by the people of Puerto Rico and the people here. The Genera incentives, it's a different program that has to go to PREB and be approved by PREB. The incentives are approved by PREB ahead of time before they actually incur it. and we have public hearings, we have a whole process, and that's when PREP says this incentive is valid. For example, what they said about the employees, if they use hours of employees, and that's an incentive that they're going to request savings, shared savings with people of Puerto Rico, that has to come to PREP first before they actually do that. What your example that you gave, Brady, we're aware of that. It seems like it's similar to the employees, because it would be, then I'll have more Genera employees to do FEMA work, because then Genera would get more savings. It's the same thing you're saying. I'll do more projects for ratepayers and then get it reimbursed by FEMA. But those incentives have to be pre-approved by us first. So if we don't approve that type of incentives, it doesn't matter what Genera does, it's not going to get that shared savings. So I just want to clarify it.
Mr. Ham,
It's a process.
sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Hampling, excuse me, it's Maria.
Yes, ma'am.
May I add something else? I wanted to add to all this the fact that when we have found, like we did during this rate case, that we can procure federal funds, we have come to you, like with the DOE funds that we reduced from the budget right before we started these proceedings. So in the essence, I want to make sure that you guys and everybody here and our ratepayers know that what Genera is doing is the responsible thing.
Thank you. Let me ask Ms. Vasquez, do you prefer to do your redirect before the break or after the break?
Before the break, it's just one question.
Go right ahead now.
Okay. This question is for Mr. Payens. Earlier during your testimony, you were discussing the fact that Cat C reimbursements for Genera employees are a process, right, that you need to go to the federal government and seek reimbursements. Can you please explain why you would need the monies for Genera employees to be part of the revenue requirement?
Ricardo Payens for the record again. Yes, it's in the category C project or grant. It's very important that, and as I mentioned before, we have to include it as part of our budget for this rate period, because we need to pay the time and then go back to FEMA and request the reimbursement. If we don't have the people in the roster, if we don't budget for it, then we cannot later request reimbursement. So it's how it works. It's a reimbursement program.
Anything else, Ms. Vasquez?
That'll be all. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Ramos. We've been talking about Cat Z, but I understand that there could also be forced account labor that would fall into this. No?
Yeah, that's another category.
Oh, I understand it's another category, but it would be in the same situation that you would be able to file for reimbursement, correct?
Yeah, but it works a little different, and most of the work that we're doing in the field, project management, construction work, it's hired through third parties or companies on the procurement processes, because it's considered a work that is not permanent. You know, we cannot bring new people just to build a new machine and then, you know, fire them. It's
No, I understand, but in the panel that we had a couple of days ago, we were discussing that there are certain projects, small projects, that may fall into the federally funded category that could be done by Genera employees, correct?
I will say a few limited projects that may be a case. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I've got about 10:50. May I just state something that I know is clear to everybody? An inevitability of setting rates in a revenue requirement context is that there are hundreds of different costs and perhaps a much smaller number, but some number of revenues. And that every one of these items, except for the minority that are absolutely fixed and known in advance, every one is an estimate. The estimate could be in excess of reality when it occurs or below reality when it occurs. The theory of rate making is that you hope that the overages and the underages balance out so that the outcome is about the same as what you hoped. That's never true. So then the question is, are there certain line items where one wants to have a true up afterwards? Probably one does not want to have a true up for all of the hundreds of them. I understand there's a decreasing appetite for writers in Puerto Rico. And at some point, people have to become comfortable with the notion that the outcome is going to be different from what we predict. And I just ask everybody to keep that in mind, because that's unavoidable in rate making. That's all I have. And I'll see you back at 5 minutes after 11. Thank you.
I have a question. I believe before we go to the break, if I may, I think the bondholders said they were going to ask questions about the TM 2500.
Yes, that's right.
I know we requested Genera to file the contract. Is it filed, or when are they going to file the contract? Because if they haven't filed that contract, the one of who's operating those TM 2500, if they could do so during the break, so we could have it if it's to be discussed. Yes.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let me check one more logistical thing for a minute, because we've got Mr. Burgermeister here for strictly to answer a half hour of questions on the retail wheeling. I really hate to have him be here longer than necessary. He has a company to run, and I've got Ms. Courtney Lane, who's been waiting. With the bondholders' mind, if what we do first after the break is handle the retail wheeling questions to accommodate those two individuals.
That's fine with us.
Okay, I should have thought, well, I couldn't have, but that's what we're going to do. So we'll come back. Thank you for that, Mr. Napany. We'll come back at 11:05. Ms. Courtney Lane, you'll hang around or take a break and come on back shortly at 10:05 your time. Mr. Burgermeister, we're going to get you out of here as soon as we can. I apologize for keeping you here so long. See you back in 15. Let's take the welcome screen down and get Courtney Lane visible up there, please, and get her audio checked. Gerardo? Courtney, talk to me.
Hi, can you hear me?
That's perfect. Now let's get your video on too, please. There you go. That's also perfect. Okay. Everybody ready? All right. We're now going to have questions from Mr. Burgermeister from PREP consultant Courtney Lane on retail wheeling. Welcome, Mr. Burgermeister. You're still under oath, sir. You understand?
I understand.
Okay, Ms. Lane, proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burgermeister. I'm going to be asking a couple of questions on retail wheeling. I'm specifically going to refer to your direct testimony, LUMA Exhibit 6, and the program briefing on retail wheeling, LUMA Exhibit 6.04. I wanted to start with referring to the non-federal capital funding requests table, which is table 6 in your direct testimony on page 36. Specifically starting with the fiscal year 2025 budget, which was listed at $3 million. In your direct testimony, you discussed that the wheeling program was paused during the second half of fiscal year 2025. Do you know how much money LUMA did spend in that fiscal year on retail wheeling?
My understanding, it was about $300,000.
Okay. Thank you. So for your proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, the proposal is for 3.1 million. Is that budget meant to support the wheeling implementation work that did not occur in fiscal year 25 because of that pausing of the program?
Vastly, yes.
Okay, thank you. So table 6 shows the wheeling program budget increasing from 3.1 million to 15.5 million in fiscal year 2027 and 2028. Can you explain what's driving that increase in the budget?
Certainly. The FY 2026 amounts of the 3.1 million is associated to building the internal structure that we need to do, as well as executing on an RFP that will be required to bring in the consultants to really get the program going. So that first year is really about setting the foundation to really start designing, building, and executing on what we need to.
So can you explain in more detail how LUMA developed that $15.5 million budget for fiscal year 27 and 28?
Certainly. The one thing that's missing from this table will be FY 2029. So I'll point out that there's an additional 15.5 million that will be in 2029. So if you add up all of those line items across, you'll get in the order of 48 to 49 million dollars. If you LUMA has provided a cost estimate on the record, not for this hearing, but it is within the PREP docket. And that was a cost estimate of $28 million for the program end to end to get it implemented. That $28 million was with really a class 5 estimate. It came with a minus 25%, plus 75% uncertainty band. That uncertainty band, when you look at the plus 75%, if you 28 million times that 75% would get you to about that 49 million that I just if you were to light up all the lines, including FY 2029. So that is the basis of it, and essentially all we are doing for lack of more detail is taking the first amount we think we need in the first year to get the program the foundation set. Take out the 3 million, leaves you with about 47 million. Divide that by across the remaining 3 years to get to the 15.5. It's honestly no more complicated than that.
Okay, thank you. So confirming that the budget here then represents that upper bound of the 75% of the cost estimate.
That's correct.
Is there a reason you went with the higher estimate and not something lower?
Again, we're in that class 5 estimate level of certainty. So there is a lot of uncertainty on the details of what the program is going to take. Although we made that estimate, we're taking the cautious approach, I guess, is the way to say it.
Okay, and what would happen to this budget should the cost be lower than what LUMA currently anticipates?
I would look at it as it depends on how the rate structure is set up for that. We're certainly going to have more certainty once we can do the RFP process, get consultants on board, build out the details of the program, know what the details of the processes we have to change, get into the details of the systems that we need to put in place, and we can do a much more refined estimate at that point. And once we have that more refined estimate, our commitment is to be able to provide that estimate. Now, if we take the thought into how we do it as in the rate, and I know I've already heard there's not a lot of some reluctance to rate riders, but in that type of format, there's the potential then to have more adjustability into how to manage that once we have the more details.
Okay, thank you. And were these program costs, when they were being developed, are they dependent at all on the number of retail electric suppliers or the number of ultimate end use wheeling customers?
Not heavily dependent on that. We need the foundation to be there for if there's only one retail electricity supplier. We still need that whole foundation built to do it. So whether there's 1, 10, 20, that base work needs to be done.
So are there any variable costs? In other words, are there any costs that will vary with the number of retail suppliers?
Not in this short-term budget estimate, no.
What about are there any costs that will vary with the number of shopping retail wheeling customers? Do you know?
In the longer term, when we get more into the operating costs and how big of a team that we need to structure to carry this program in the long term, that's where I see the variable costs.
So basically, you're saying 100% of the costs are what we would call fixed costs.
Yes.
For now.
For now, yes.
But that could change because of what?
As I mentioned, what's in this budget right now is a 3 to 4 year implementation cycle. Once implemented, we're actually operating a wheeling program. Then we have an internal resources that are managing that whole ecosystem. The more that are in and out of that, the more retail energy suppliers we have to do, the more internal resources we have. That's what would have to flex.
Next.
Okay, thank you. Have any retail electric suppliers expressed interest in wheeling to date?
Not to my understanding. I believe that we've had developers that have shown interest, but I'm not aware of the retail. Now I may be incorrect there. That's just my own knowledge. I'll stress that I have adopted this program. I haven't been involved in it the entire length and duration of building it up. So I'm just aware of the steps that have been taken through my through reading through the docket.
Okay, thank you. So looking at what you mentioned, that the implementation phase is really fiscal year 2027, in addition going through all the way to 2029. For those 3 years, does that budget represent all of the costs needed to implement the retail wheeling program, meaning all of the fixed costs essentially, or are there additional fixed costs after fiscal year 29?
Yes, there would be the cost of operating the system. As far as developing the program, that is our best estimate to date. That 49 million that I had mentioned as an upper bound of the estimate.
Okay, thank you. So in your direct testimony, this goes to needing to issue the RFP. You state that over the upcoming 3 years, LUMA will revise its cost estimates and obtain approval from the PREB. Do you have an idea of the timing?
It would be in the, we need approximately a year to build the team in-house and then do the RFP, get the consultants on board, have them do their review. So it all depends on our starting point. As we know, we're already partway through FY26 and none of this work has been completed yet. So I'm saying it's about a year's time frame from when we're actually able to start.
Okay, so potentially the cost estimates could be revised for 2027 and 2028 then.
There's that potential, yes.
Okay. And will the revisions to the cost estimate be solely due to that competitive bidding process?
That will be a very major factor in it, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to turn now to Exhibit 6.04, which is the retail wheeling program briefing. Specifically on page 2, there is a timeline and milestone graphic. That graphic shows that in fiscal year 27. Oh, sure.
Yeah, hold on until he gets there. Let us know when you're there, sir.
Sorry, it was 6.02 exhibit?
04.
You say? 604, thank you.
Yeah.
You have it, sir?
I do.
Please continue.
Okay, so on page 2, there's a timeline and milestone graphic, and the graphic shows that in fiscal year 27, a vendor will be selected and implementation, infrastructure, technology processes will not occur until fiscal year 28-29. Can you explain why Luma needs that $15.5 million budget in fiscal year 27 if the implementation infrastructure is not occurring until later 2028-29?
So this timeline, we had the opportunity to, revise this as we were putting it into into our filing. The expectation was that they had the potential to be able to start work in FY26, have the vendor in place. So once the vendor's in place, that's when a lot of the costs start to get occurring, and when the consultants get going. So even though you're not into the details of building out the actual physical work, it's going to take that vendor time to prepare everything, and we're still going to be incurring costs. So as I said, we don't have a very detailed estimate yet. We simply took that remaining $47 million divided by 3 and evenly placed it across the years as our best approximation at this point in time. It certainly can be different than that.
Okay, thank you. And the graphic also indicates that trial operations will conclude in fiscal year 29. Can you explain what you mean by trial operations?
So once we actually have the systems and the processes in place, and we can get some agreements going, we will actually have to start operating the system. So those initial stages of it would be some trial to make sure that that things are working as we expect them to.
Okay, so in your best estimate, when will the retail wheeling program be fully operational? Is that at the conclusion of the trial operations, so end of 29 or early fiscal year 2030?
Yes. So as we stated in there, the last half of FY29 was when we were expecting to be completed with all the testing and ensuring that everything was working. So be fully functional by FY 2030.
Okay, thank you. And so at that point, retail electricity suppliers can enter the service agreement and end-use customers can sign up at that point.
At that point, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Let's see if there's any questions of cross-examination from Mr. Burgermeister. Mr. Natpany from bondholders.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. William Natpany from Cadwallader, Wickersham, and Taft, representing Assured Guarantee and also speaking on behalf of all of the intervener bondholders. Good morning, Mr. Burgermeister.
Good morning.
Just so I fully understand, retail wheeling is a system through which private retail electricity suppliers can sell energy directly to certain end user customers, right?
Essentially, yes, you're correct.
And Luma would be the deliverer of that energy through the existing transmission and distribution network?
Yes, I just want to make sure you're not crossing now with the actual retail supplier, but we are physically transporting the electrons, yes.
And Luma would be paid for such transmission and distribution services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the retail wheeling program essentially would provide transmission and distribution services to companies that are essentially in competition with Genera and PREPA for generation services?
I'm not sure I'd say in direct competition. Each one of those elements has been built under different regulatory frameworks. So Genera under full regulation and other generators under power purchase power arrangements, different things. So there's different constructs there that have driven those facilities to be constructed, have their own way of earning their returns, and I don't necessarily see it as a direct competition.
Well, let's just make sure we don't spend too much time on the obvious part, because I know Mr. Natpony is going to get to the non-obvious part. But a potential retail, a customer thinking about becoming a retail wheeling customer would think about it because they have a choice between buying the power that's presently coming from Genera through the Luma distribution transmission system versus some independent supplier. The whole point is for the retail prospective retail customer to have a choice, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And to make that choice, you're going to make a comparison. Is that
yes,
right?
Yes, they will.
Okay. And if you're one of the people who is being compared, you're going to want to make your product and service look better than the other one, right? Because you're going to make money if you win, you're not going to make money if you lose, right?
That's how it works, yes.
Okay, so you can, so that's what he means by competition. You follow?
That's fair. That's fair, yeah.
Okay, one point I missed. Why you answered yes to his question whether the retail wheeling supplier would be a competitor of Luma as well as a competitor of Genera. Now, I'm not understanding if what's being purchased is not the transmission or distribution service, but if what's being purchased is the generation service, why would Luma be one of the competitors? Or did you misspeak, or did he misask?
I think if that's what you took it, then I had a misunderstanding of his question.
All right. Well, Mr. Natpany can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So Genera is a retail electricity supplier, right?
They are an electricity supplier,
right?
Yes,
under a
regulated environment.
And so are the other customers that are going to consider using the transmission lines for the electricity services, right?
So
objection as to the relevance and establish the foundation of what you're proposing on the Puerto Rico law regulations. For him to be able to answer if he's able to, his proposing cost, as he has explained to Ms. Lane, not generally the framework for wheeling. That's set by the law and the Energy Bureau.
All right, look, all that's going on right now is Mr. Natpany's trying to set up the structure of the various relationships so he can probe further. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Natpany?
Yes, sir. All
right, let's let him get this all out. We just want to get everybody having a common picture of what we're looking at, and then we'll see where we stand. Go ahead, please. Say the question again.
The only thing I will state for the record, I'm sorry, is that the definitions of retail energy suppliers and an electric power company are set by an Energy Bureau regulation. So if the questions are going to be asked, I ask that they be tailored to the regulation so that the witness can answer correctly, because this is in turn based on law and it's not just an opinion or something general.
All right, we're going to assume that whenever Mr. Notbany and Mr. Burgermeister refers to any one of the players in these transactions, they are referring to the players as defined in the statutes or in the rules. I really think that what he is trying to get to is a common foundation, then to get to the difficult policy questions involved. Continue, please.
I restate my objection. I think this is going to lead to confusion in terms of applicable law
All
in a regulated area. So I state my
right.
objection for the record. The
I
answer.
heard the objection, one question at a time, and we'll see how we go.
Mr. Hempling?
Sir, who's speaking?
Andre Palermo on behalf of CESA.
I'm sorry, louder, please.
Andre Palermo on behalf of CESA.
Sir,
I believe it's not with regards to the players, it's with regards to the terms. For example, retail electric supplier is a defined term that is not currently being defined in this cross-examination.
well, it's going to be defined by the statute, is what I said, correct? Do you want him to read the definition from the statute with every question, sir? What's that going to add?
Well, maybe with regards to Mr. Burgermeister's testimony.
All right, well, see what you can do with that, Mr. Notbany. This is
All right.
not supposed to take a long time, this examination. Even I can predict that. Go ahead, please.
Genera is a generator of electricity that it supplies to customers, correct?
Correct.
And so are those entities that Genera would be dealing with in a retail wheeling cross program, correct?
Yeah, essentially any generator, yes, will be supplying electricity to customers.
Okay, so doesn't the retail wheeling program have the possibility of negatively impacting revenue because customers choose to get their electricity from others?
Certainly has the ability to remove load from the system. Yes. Yep, I agree.
And do you think it's fair to the ratepayers to seek money for a program, the result of which could be a reduction in revenues?
Objection as to relevance. The witness is here to defend a budget, not to provide opinions on reasonable.
I'll revise my question to be as a representative of his company.
Can you
Objection as to relevance.
Well,
The policy is set
all
by
right,
the Energy
I
Bureau.
got the objection. Let me think for a second, please. Mr. Notbany, here's what I think the problem is. I'll come to you in a moment. We can cut through a big part of this. No one's going to disagree with the following proposition, which is that to the extent Genera has fixed costs that it is recovering in its revenue requirement, if customers that are currently buying power in the system, which power is generated by Genera, if they move to another supplier, Genera will earn fewer revenues. Period. That's simple sixth grade math. Assuming that the law requires the Energy Bureau to put into the revenue requirement that's paid by everybody else the total fixed cost that Genera has, we don't have to debate this. Everybody else's rates are going to go up. That's the math involved with retail wheeling, assuming, again, that capacity of Genera is rendered unused.
I'm
Right?
sorry, Mr.
That's just a
Hempling.
fact. And sorry.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Hempling. When you say Genera, do you mean Luma?
I was referring to Genera's, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Burgermeister. If I say that I was referring to Genera only because, and the reason why I wasn't referring to Luma is because Luma is going to carry the same amount of power over the transmission system and will therefore be earning the same revenues regardless of whose electrons are flowing over. Is that your understanding of how it will work, sir?
Yes, yeah. The question is if it's definitely around the energy component of it that we would see being reduced.
All right.
Yeah.
The reason I say my comment is Genera is not the only supplier of energy in the system. We have two other private companies, and we have a portfolio of new renewable energy generators are going to go online. So I was kind of confused when,
Right.
yeah.
We go.
Agreed. So here's where I'm headed with my ruling, Mr. Napany. I guess you can argue back with me, but those are the facts. Whether they represent fairness or unfairness is for something for you to argue in the brief. I don't know what the evidentiary value is of having Mr. Burgermeister give his opinion or Luma's opinion or anybody else's opinion, and that's why I'm going to sustain the objection on grounds. I think it's relevant what's fair, but I don't think what's relevant is Mr. Burgermeister's opinion about it, and that's my ruling. Did you have a question, Mr. Sorry, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I do believe that Mr. Burgermeister's view as a representative of his company as to whether it is prudent to charge ratepayers money for a program that could result in a reduction of revenues is an appropriate question.
Okay, well, what my statement back to you is this. My understanding, I apologize for not being fully certain of this, is that a retail wheeling program is a mandate of the statute. Is that correct? Okay, so whether it's a good idea or a bad idea is not going to be debated in this hearing. Okay, I happen to have all kinds of views about it myself. They just do not matter. Mr. Rua, what is your question, sir, or concern?
Yes, Javier Rua Procesa, agreeing with the commissioners and with you, all this discussion will be outside of the scope of this proceeding. It's akin to your ruling on the solar issues, which have a statutory process that is another process.
Right. That's where we stand. What's important right now in this particular line, and the reason why we have Mr. Burgermeister here this morning, is to make sure that the revenue requirement that is set by the Bureau accommodates a correct amount of dollars associated with the program. The purpose is not to debate the fairness of the program. There are plenty of views on that to be addressed at different time, and that is my ruling, Mr. Natbany. Please continue.
Mr. Hampling, and
I'm sorry, Mr. Bethany. This Commissioner Ramos, I just have a comment. The retail wheeling program is not supposed to, or the rest of the customers are not supposed to carry the costs of the retail wheeling program. And Luma had previously put forth a plan where these costs were going to be borne by the retail wheeling customers. So my question is Luma planning on recovering these costs after the ratepayers pay for them through another mechanism?
No, if you look into what we've been putting forward, that whatever rate decision is decided on this, that it be directed towards the large the industrial and the large commercial customers, and whatever is in the design of the entire process, that we do everything in our power to ensure that costs are retained in that area and do not bleed to the remaining customers.
By the way, that effect would be in one of those future years when the actual program goes into effect, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
It doesn't affect the current proposed revenue requirement?
It doesn't affect the current.
Sorry, does or does not?
Does not, no.
Okay.
I don't think I understood your answer. So you're saying that, because right now you're asking for it in the revenue requirements, so everybody's going to pay for it. Or are you saying that you're on your revenue, on your rate design, you're going to try to have these costs paid by the customers that could possibly go into? Is that your answer?
That is my answer. That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to make sure there isn't confusion about what just occurred. There are the costs of setting up the program, right, Mr. Burgermeister?
Yes, there are.
And that's what you've been talking about with Ms. Courtney Lane.
Correct.
Those costs are going into your revenue requirement to be paid by all customers per whatever rate design the commission determines in this case. Is that correct?
Well, what we were recommending was exactly what Commissioner Ramos suggested, is that if we do a rate rider, we could direct that towards just certain customer classes that have the potential to benefit from this program.
Okay, well then I've lost something. So you are talking about placing on those customers that would most likely be shopping, the cost that you and Ms. Lane were talking about, the fixed costs associated with the program itself.
That's correct.
Is that in your rate design proposal?
I can't specifically talk about the rate design proposal. I'm starting to delve into some of the other documents that are on the docket that we put forth for the PREB. So
Okay.
I don't think it is, Mr. Hemp.
Well, I just want to ask, I just want to make sure that counsel for Luma, my memory of Mr. Sam Shannon's testimony is that there's no place in that testimony where it specifically identifies the startup costs, the startup fixed costs associated with this program, and allocates them uniquely to one set of customers. But I would ask that counsel over at some point in the near future confirm that understanding. You don't have to do it right now, Ms. Mercado.
Yeah, I will confirm that. For the record, there's also a rider that was approved by the Energy Bureau, and the program approved by the Energy Bureau only involves industrial and commercial customers. So it's just to level set that there are other sources of information and Bureau approvals on wheeling in a rider.
But does
that's
that
perspective? Yeah, when the program is implemented.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear half of what you said. Does that rider decision that you just referred to, apologies for my ignorance, deal with the costs that we're talking about with Ms. Lane today, which are the fixed costs of starting up the program, Ms. Mercado?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand, okay? Because what the line of questions was actually about, if I understood it, was the Herneta generation costs that are no longer being recovered from the commercial and industrial customers who are shopping. That's a matter to be addressed when they start shopping, as opposed to the current revenue requirement proposal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just to summarize, so what we have on the table right now is a potential concern that in the revenue requirement proposed here, the fixed costs associated with starting the program, the proposal of Luma, as I understand it, is that everybody pays for those rather than merely the category of customers who would be most likely to shop. That's where I understood the conversation today, and we're going to get clarification on that. Okay,
if I may.
Yeah,
I was
finish my sentences before you object to me. I'm done now. Go ahead, ma'am.
I was reacting to Commissioner Rama's comment on how Luma had been identifying in the past whether the cost shifting. It was in the context of this rider that discussion was had with the Energy Bureau.
All right, Mr. Naponi, I don't know whether you stayed up all night to prepare a set of questions about the fairness of the program and whether it was a good statutory idea.
I'm going to move on, Mr.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
But I will note that my 20-minute estimate is probably shot. I'll accept your words, Mr. Hempley, but I'll do my best to be quick.
Nobody is hurrying you, sir. This is one of the few days where I don't have a lot to worry about.
Mr. Burgermeister, you mentioned something about
Sorry, will that exchange be stricken?
No, it's not going to be stricken. Next question.
Mr. Burgermeister, you mentioned something about a rate design idea to put a rider in regarding costs here, right?
Yes, and I think we're starting to delve into other things on the actual retail wheeling docket.
How would you identify which customers under such a proposal would be participating in a program that's not even in place yet?
So we would, our recommendation is, because there is a clear definition of which customers are eligible for this. This is large commercial above 250 kVA and industrial customers. So those are the areas that we're talking about here.
Okay. Now I'm correct that the retail wheeling programs has not yet been implemented here, right?
Correct.
You say it has no current direct funding, right?
Correct.
Now Luma is only working towards refining and updating detailed requirements in preparation for a competitive procurement process, right?
Correct.
Now, the number that you put in your proposal for fiscal year 2026 is 3.1 million, right?
Correct.
And do you consider that number still reasonable, given that we are already halfway through the fiscal year? No rate order is going to issue until April 2026, and you've halted the program.
It likely, it would not be achievable to spend that much.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat? I didn't really hear. The words were
Sorry,
garbled.
The intent with the 3.1 million was that we would be able to have that full fiscal year to be able to execute that work.
So what he said in his preceding answer was that it would not be achievable to spend all that money, correct, Mr. Burgermeister?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that you spent approximately $300,000 in fiscal year 2025.
Correct.
Are you seeking for fiscal year 2026 funding of that money that was spent in fiscal year 2025?
No, that's not our intention.
Now, the money that you're seeking would include for consultants, for implementation, workshops with subject matter experts, and sessions with project teams to support, in your words and your testimony, possible federal funding initiatives, right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. Is this a project that ultimately could be funded federally, in your view?
Not in its entirety.
Okay, then tell me why you're talking about project teams to support possible federal funding initiatives.
So there are two federal funded projects that will be able, that are not being done specifically for this, but will benefit this program. And that's the EMS program and the AMI. So those are funded under their own benefits, but they actually will be instrumental in being able to execute on this program.
Okay, thank you. So,
When you said, and I appreciated the obviously the honesty and the straightforwardness, that it's not going to be achievable to spend the full 3.1 million. Again, that 3.1 million is part of the fixed costs inevitably necessary to create the whole program, right?
That's correct.
So if the Energy Bureau decides to cut for purposes of the FY26 revenue requirement 10/12ths of the 3.1 million, you're going to need that 10/12ths the next year anyway, unless by some miracle the total cost of implementing the program comes down, right?
That's correct.
Okay, because this was just what you thought you would spend in the first of the 3 years that it's going to take to get it all ready, right?
Correct.
Which is, okay, thank you.
yeah, Mr. Hembley, I'm just going to note on the record that our continuing opposition to testimony and redirect examination that the hearing examiner is doing in the middle of our cross-examinations. It's happened consistently throughout this hearing, and I note our objection on the record. I'm going to continue if that's all right with you. So is it fair to say that the amount in LUMA's optimal budget reflects cost estimates that reflect the accumulation of third-party estimates that will ultimately be refined through a competitive bidding process?
That's fair, yes.
And that competitive bidding process has not occurred yet, right?
Correct.
And if approved, the actual expenses may be lower than you anticipate, right?
There's that possibility, yes.
And that's because, as you've indicated, there's a band of uncertainty here and lots of uncertainty with these numbers, right?
Correct. It is a class 5 estimate right now.
Now, it is your view, is it not, that the retail wheeling program, in part because it has no direct funding, has been putting strain on both financial and technical resources needed to be focused on much more critical near-term priorities?
Yes, particularly in our cash-constrained environment that we've been operating in for the past approximately year.
And that was the reason LUMA halted work on the retail wheeling program in the second half of fiscal year 2025?
Yes, that was the main driver.
Now, when LUMA formulated the constrained budget for your O&M department, you identified those O&M initiatives that could be delayed, but not to the point of cutting so deep as to jeopardize successful implementation at a later time, right?
That's correct.
And as part of that process, you removed the retail wheeling program budget request from the constrained budget, right?
We did, yes.
Now, in your testimony, you identify certain key risks in deferring the retail wheeling program, correct?
Yes.
But none of those risks talk about impacting the safe and reliable provision of electricity to Puerto Rico customers, right?
That would be correct.
And you didn't do any quantification of the percentage likelihood of any of the risks that you did identify, right?
No, I have not.
Okay. Now, if ultimately the costs for this program are determined to be lower than you are seeking because of the band of uncertainty, what would happen to the unused costs?
Again, I'll point that back to somewhat dependent on the rate structure that's set up to do this. If it is just based in the revenue requirement, then there really would be no opportunity to adjust that over the rate period. And those funds, if we were something less, and the commission agreed to the rate at which we've proposed in the budget, those costs would remain with LUMA, and we'd be able to divert those to other opportunities.
Rather than diverting to other opportunities, is it not LUMA's position that if the program was over budgeted, that funds should be returned to the ratepayers?
For this specific program, because it is very, we do see the opportunity for getting to a better spot for the estimate, and open to opportunities that the commission feels are appropriate to be able to take, when we get to that point, to be able to make whatever adjustments that we can on the revenue requirement. We're quite open to that.
Yeah, I do appreciate your answer, but I'm not sure I got a direct answer to my question, which was, if it turns out that the budgeted amounts are in fact higher than the costs of the program, is it not LUMA's position that the over budgeted amounts should be returned to the ratepayers?
Again, that will come back to the rate structure that's defined, if that's even possible to do that. And I'm stressing that, yes.
He's asking whether you have a position on it, do you?
That's what I'm asking.
And I commented that yes, LUMA wants us to get to a better refinement on that budget so that we can actually have the right amount in the budget.
And return the money to the ratepayers if it's over budgeted? It's a yes or no.
If there is that opportunity.
So if you had the opportunity through whatever PREB tells you, that's what you would do, right?
If that's what we were directed to do, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Burgermeister, did you think there was any time when I made you say something you didn't want to say?
No.
Okay, by the way, I'm instructing all council to check with their witnesses for the time that they have spent here, and check with them to determine whether they have felt at any time I have forced them to give a particular answer. And if so, let me know. We'll make sure the witness comes back here and has a chance to express themselves. Now, one of the things that goes on is sometimes there are disagreements between counsel and the hearing examiner about technique, and that happens. And I have absolutely no concern with that issue being raised. I will say that one of my jobs is to make sure that the record is as full and as clear as possible, because I work with the 5 behind me that need a complete record. Sometimes I feel that I can save time, because as the person who's not trying to get a particular answer, I might get the answer faster. Sometimes I think I can clarify things because I'm one of the less intelligent people in the room, so I need things said a little more clearly. And so I find a way to ask about that. Sometimes I ask questions that help the hearing examiner, the cross-examiner. Sometimes I ask questions that don't. People can always object to the questions. I absolutely accept a continuing objection, and you should save your rights and preserve them for the Court of Appeals. But I want people to understand why I do this, and I've always done it, and I haven't gotten fired yet. But I do appreciate the attentiveness that bondholders counsel are paying to this, because their presence in this case and their presence in Puerto Rico is about as important as any transmission line or any generation of piece of equipment that's going to come online. Is there redirect?
Mr. Hampley, may I just have 1 moment?
Yes, sir. Say anything.
And again, with no disrespect to the hearing examiner in any way, the record obviously will speak for itself. We do not believe that the type of leading or suggestive questioning that you have just asked for from all the parties is appropriate and would not be particularly persuasive in addressing the issues we've raised. But we'll let the obviously hearing examiner do as he sees fits.
Appreciate it very much. Mr. Rua, do you have cross-examination questions?
Very quickly.
Well, you don't have to hurry. We've got time. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Burgermeister, thank you for your testimony. Quickly, your testimony states certain structural and budget issues that are obstacles to...
You need to get into that microphone and press that little button and... Okay.
All right.
Closer, please.
Again, here I am. Thank you. Mr. Burgermeister, thank you. Your testimony states certain structural and budget issues that are obstacles to or delay wheeling until after fiscal year 2029, correct?
Sorry, can you point me to exactly where that was?
3.04. It's Luma Exhibit 6.04.
That's the program brief, yes.
You can see it.
Can you point me to exactly where in that document, please?
There is a discussion of fiscal year 2026 focus, and it mentions that structural and budget issues. Also, there's a program.
Hold on. Are you there, sir?
I'm just reviewing it right now. I'm trying to find those exact words.
What page is it on, Mr. Rua? There's a heading that says those words, correct?
It's first page of Exhibit 6.04.
And you're saying under the fiscal year 2026 to 2028 focus, that section?
And also the program status, the activity, it states that time frame.
I'm having trouble finding the exact words that you were referring to.
See it? You see on the screen in the room, sir? That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I can't see the words that he's speaking about.
It's in the headings. It's in the blue headings.
But he referred to some specific testimony that I had.
All right. Ask the question again, please.
Okay. Let me rephrase it then. What would you say are the structural issues or budget issues that are obstacles to wheeling until after year 2029?
I would have to object that for lack of foundation, because it's the same question, but it wasn't established that that's part of the testimony to ask the question.
Let me hear the question again, please.
Very simply, Mr. Burgermeister, what would you need for wheeling to happen as soon as possible? What would Luma need for wheeling to happen as soon as possible, given the structural realities and budgetary realities that you face? What are you asking for wheeling to happen?
What we are asking for and addressed in the optimal budget is that there is enough capital funding to support what the system needs for the dire needs that the system has. If we can achieve that and get to that point, then above that, we need the direct funding to support this specific program, the wheeling program.
And given the thought that you've given to this, the analysis and your testimony, it's your opinion that this progress cannot happen before 2029?
Correct.
So no wheeling, in your opinion, there will be no wheeling contract signs or initiated projects before 2029?
Correct.
And again, could you restate what, in any more specific way, what you would need for that to be faster before 2029?
I'm going to object to the question. It would have to give him more specificity. What is faster and
Okay, hold on.
they're not good.
Okay. Can I try this, Mr. Rua?
Go for it.
Is there some amount of money that were Luma to receive it, this effort that you're trying to accomplish and described with Ms. Lane could happen faster? Is there some amount of money that could make it happen faster? Do you know?
I would say I don't know, and the reason for that and the challenge with that is because we don't have the RFP done and the proponents that that are going to help us do this. It's tough for me to say what it's going to take to execute it until we have those entities in place and understand what we can actually do. Then we could look at is there potential for accelerating if we were to get more money sooner.
Is there some amount of money that would help you get the RFP done faster?
No.
All right.
No.
That's the answer to your question, Mr. Rua. Go ahead, please continue.
Last one. So again, in the document that I mentioned, 6.04, fiscal year 2026-2028 focus. And the first line, Mr. Burgermeister, you mentioned the focus for the upcoming fiscal years will involve several critical actions to support the implementation of the RW initiative, Retail Wheeling Initiative.
Yes.
So again, my question is, what are those critical actions that are necessary for this to happen?
There's quite a few, actually.
You can summarize.
I can summarize. So right now, we don't have the abilities to, with our internal systems and processes, to actually operate a retail wheeling. Some of the other limitations, which would go back to your previous questions, are things like the EMS program. Now that one's getting close, but AMI is a major component.
What is EMS again?
So EMS is our energy management system. So, and that's going to be actually in operation in the next couple of months. But AMI is a major component to it as well. And the meter
AMI is
the
advanced meter infrastructure?
Yes. And the meter data management program that goes along with that is a critical component. That in itself is a program that's going to be another 3+ years to be able to do it. So that's another one of the limitations for us being able to accelerate, is we need some of these other things that have to be done in parallel to it. But one of the key things that needs to be done is the data that we need to be able to do things like the settlements. We need enough information on an hourly basis so that we can calculate correctly what the marginal costs of the system are and be able to apply what's all outlined in the retail wheeling program. So that settlement process doesn't exist at all, and the data that we're collecting right now is far from the accuracy of what we need to be able to do it. So those are the major impediments to being able to get to the end.
Thank you. No more questions.
This is Commissioner Ramos. Sorry. There's $48 million that Luma is estimating this is going to cost?
Correct, and that was the upper bound of that range.
Okay. Is that a one-time investment?
Yes, it is.
Could you, at a high level, aside from what you've said to Attorney Rua, tell us what type of, I'm assuming there's hardware, like stuff that you're going to install. I just think it's a lot of money. Can you just a high level, say what it entails.
So the major one is what I just talked about with the settlement process. That's going to require systems to be able to do that. It's not just process and people following out processes there. We actually have to put in software, hardware to be able to manage that.
Aren't these things, I'm sorry to interrupt, aren't these things already necessary? Shouldn't Luma know what the production cost is at any given time in the system, and then you would use that for the balancing costs?
Yes, we do know what the marginal cost in the system is, but not down to that hourly settlement. We're more at a monthly. For some of the facilities, we're at a month.
Okay, but but if whenever you have that data, I just think that that data wouldn't only be necessary, it wouldn't be only useful for the retail wheeling program.
I mean, you are correct. However, the main driver behind us pushing, because it's going to cost money to get there, is the retail wheeling that would drive us to get to that hourly increment rate now.
So it's not a priority now, but if we need it for wheeling, you might as well justify it with the wheeling program.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it. Are there any retail energy suppliers engaging with Luma today that are planning on serving customers through wheeling?
So I'm personally not aware. I don't want to take that as a hard answer that there isn't. Maybe Ms. Hanley and the customer group might be able to refer to that a little bit better, but I'm not aware of any.
Is there any way that Luma could start supplying or giving wheeling services to a retail energy supplier before 2029, even if it's through some sort of agreement between the parties that you would not need such detailed information? Because for me, it's just a matter of hooking up a generator somewhere in the system and selling the energy through, as long as you have 2 meters and some sort of information when this energy is being consumed, that you only need a sophisticated meter on the other side, you would be able to figure it out. It's just, for me, it doesn't make sense for you to say that you can't do any type of retail wheeling from until 2029, because we're talking about a couple customers, 2-3 customers at the most to start off with. Could Luma do that?
The challenge with that is if the generator was producing exactly what the load required at the time it was required and we were transmitting across, certainly that type of process is easy. That's not the reality. You have to build the market. And there's a lot of dollars that are at stake, whether a generator is underperforming or overperforming. And we have to know down to that hourly amount, because there is a lot of dollars on the table that have to be settled when that perfect transfer is not happening, which is more often than not.
No, I understand that there's going to be a difference between the supply and the demand. But what I'm struggling with is that we need $48 million to figure that out between two. Let's start with one customer. There's one generator, one customer. It's just, there has to be a way to design something that will work in the short term. Does Luma, or do you think Luma could come up with an alternate plan to deal with it a different way?
Retail markets are extremely complex. And on the surface, it does appear simple, but they are extremely complex.
It's not really a market. I mean, it's going to be an agreement between a supplier and a buyer, and there's going to be a different compensation, because assuming that the generator is supplying, it's going to be bought by that's the issue you're talking about, right? So the excess energy.
Yeah, there has to be a market, and because you have to settle on those times when that perfect transfer doesn't happen, when it's there's underperformance and overperformance, and there has to be a value of that energy that either the retail energy supplier is buying from the market to deal with that, to true up that transfer, or the generator is passing excess energy onto the market. We have to have that value. There has to be a market for it to work.
What I understand you to be saying is this. You tell me if I understand this now. The complexity that we're talking about that you say supports the 48 million is not related to the number of people doing it. It's related to the inherent necessity of tracking the cost of the generation at the time of the consumption, which happens not just every hour, but every second and every minute. And that's not the cost of understanding that does not vary with the number. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That foundation has to be there.
I'll admit that I'm having trouble understanding that also, but that's what you're saying, is that the foundation's cost is a fixed cost that does not vary. And so if we were just to say, let's just identify Walmart, okay, and let's let them buy from Mr. Gonzalez. I'm trying to make friends with him, okay? Not everybody chuckle all at once. And we say to Luma, go ahead and carry that power from Mr. Gonzalez's output to Walmart. You're saying, no way I can do that without spending $48 million first. Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Okay, Commissioner, that's his testimony. You can believe it or not believe it, but that's his testimony.
Okay.
I think we're talking about doing it perfectly or finding a way to do it, because that is the same answer we got from Luma the first time we told them you have to implement demand response, and you're doing it. And it's not perfect, but it's working. So we have a system that is in a dire situation. So expecting in Puerto Rico to do things in the way you do it in the mainland, it is impossible. We're working on two lanes, the lane on the long term and the lane on the short term. And we have had many times with Genera, with PREPA, and with Luma to get into conversations on how we get to that point in the best interim way, recognizing that it's not the perfect way. This is public policy that needs to be implemented. There must be a way that is not perfect, but is the best way to do it until we reach that point that we have all the technology and all the markets and everything that you would like to have. But it is public policy and you're bound to it, by it. So we're all bound by it. So we need to find that way to do it. And let's not get confused. The system itself, there's still calls, phone calls, because we don't have the technology to do it in the way that they are doing it in New York or Massachusetts or California. And we're not shooting for having CAISO or PJM or anything like that. It's much simpler. What we're talking about is that there's people out there that are proposing retail, and I don't like to call it retail wheeling, because it is confusing. It's wheeling, and you have different clients. You have industrial, you have commercial, and you have retail clients, which are the residential customers. So they are out there building projects based on this public policy that has been in the books for a long time. We all need, everybody in this room, we need to find a way to make that happen, even if it's not perfect. So I find your answer concerning, because it's a lot of money that we're investing to get to that point, but we're not getting anything before that. And that's a problem. As opposed to the best program, the CBEST program, that we are receiving benefits from it. It's working. It's a pilot. You like to call it a pilot. Why not doing a pilot with Wheeling? Which, by the way, I hate the word pilot, because I think pilots are things that you try to do when you don't really want to do them. I like scalable things. So you start small and you implement it bigger later. So why not doing that with Wheeling? It's not gonna be perfect, but we need to start somewhere. And whether it's gonna reduce the load or not from PREPA by Genera as its agent is public policy. We're all have to live with it until it's changed or modified. So how can we get there before we invest all that money and not getting anything until 2029? Because it's a lot of money and a lot of time. And there's people out there constructing or proposing projects based on that public policy, that legal framework. And this is not on you. It's on everybody that is here. We can't continue to work on the aspiration that we're going to get the best system and that nothing else can be done until we get there. That's not acceptable. Not for the people of Puerto Rico. We're not in an ideal situation. So what can we do to make it happen? Is that even proposed in your budget?
What is proposed in our budget is the full implementation. That's the optimal budget. And as we spoke before, and respectfully so, you mentioned this, the system is in dire need, and we've been testifying to that as well, is that we have some major fundamental issues in the system that put us at risk to major outage events, island-wide blackouts, those types of things that the people of Puerto Rico have to endure. Our customers are having to endure. And we're trying to get as much funding into those areas as we possibly can, because to me, that's foundational in what the system needs. If we have transformers out of service and transmission lines out of service, and no contingencies in the system, where one more failure, it takes out hundreds of thousands of customers and has us going into emergency mode, we have to make sure we're getting the funding to those areas with priority. And this is very, again, respectfully, the constrained budget. We are proposing that we pause Wheeling. And that we make sure that we focus the dollars into those critical elements on the system that can start to take away some of those risks that everybody is having to feel. And again, nobody's fault, especially amongst our customers, about where we're at in the system right now. This is something we all have to deal with now, and have to make very hard decisions. Very hard decisions. From my perspective, respectfully, we need to put dollars into fixing equipment. That needs to be our focus.
I fully understand that. What I would have liked to see in the proposal is an alternate solution in the constrained budget. Yes, we're not proposing the investment that is in the optimal, but this is what we are going to do, and this is how much we need to do it in this fashion or in this alternate mechanism or way to do it. But
I understand where you're coming from.
thank you very much.
There's hardly any risk for Luma to do a not so exact calculation of these different costs that you're talking about.
Agree, not for Luma.
Yeah, and
We have to worry about the customers and costs bleeding into customers that aren't receiving that benefit.
yeah, I'm sure there's a way of designing something that would, take into consideration those risks and maybe have the people that want to do wheeling pay for those. But again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it is a statutory mandate.
Understand.
This is Commissioner Torres. I just want to clarify the CBES project that has been a success for Luma. CBES project, CBES.
Spell it out, please.
CB,
Say the words.
Customer Battery Energy Sharing Program. And that has been thanks to Luma, and it's been such a success that we're the second largest VPP in the whole jurisdiction of the United States. And it's not a pilot program. It's actually, we declared it a permanent program this year. And what I also want to clarify is that PREP is the one who decides when the wheeling program stops or starts. So it's not, with all respect, it's not Luma, it's the PREP. And I just want to clarify the wheeling program continues. So anyone interested in participating in the program just comes to PREB and certifies itself as a electricity company. We only have one so far, but we do have one. So when the time comes, we'll sit down with Luma in the wheeling docket and PREB with Luma and the stakeholders, as we have always done. We'll decide how to connect that, maybe one, maybe two, but we're not waiting until 2020, 2029 to start the program. Okay, that's all I have to say.
This is our concern.
Mm-hmm.
Wheeling was ordered by PREP. Wheeling is a requirement of the law. And I think that you have a proposal, you have a budget in order to do it. But our concern is, if tomorrow somebody wants to connect, we have to do whatever we need to do to connect this guy to provide wheeling. That's what we want. Taking care of the system, but we have to do that. Okay.
And maybe we won't have anyone until 2030, 2031. So that's not an issue now, but.
Yeah. But if tomorrow, as you said, somebody comes to the bureau, I have a plan, I'm ready to do wheeling, but Luma is saying that they still working on whatever optimal plan they have to wait. We have to find a way to connect this provider and do the wheeling as required by law and as ordered by PREP. We make ourselves clear here.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are ready for redirect on this subject. I think I'll point out this. There's the revenue requirement case that we're in, and then there's a retail wheeling docket. And what we're doing in this case is determining what amounts of money should go into the rates to carry out a retail wheeling program. I think that if the Energy Bureau wants to accelerate that, I'm assuming that the place to make that decision is in the other docket because of this assumption that you shared, with me, and as a result of Mr. Rua's questions, which is no amount of money is going to enable you to go any faster. That was what your testimony was?
The initial stage on the RFP, because it takes the steps on the processes. Once we have those proponents in place, we could work with them on what could be done to
All right,
accelerate.
let me ask you this. If just so we can move on, if the Energy Bureau ordered you to accelerate the program, whether they ordered you in this docket or some other docket, would you need to amend your revenue requirement proposal with respect to the dollar figures that you discussed with Ms. Lane and Mr. Napany? Would you need to do that?
Quite possibly, yes.
All right. Well, then the commissioners understand their options. Where was I? Ms. Mercado, redirect.
Margarita Mercado Chagaray for Luma. Mr. Burgermeister, there's been discussion about the wheeling implementation proceeding. It's a separate proceeding before the Energy Bureau. Are you familiar with that proceeding?
I'm familiar with it. I haven't taken part in it, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. But you are aware, you were also mentioning earlier that the wheeling program, Luma requested to reallocate some of the funds that were allotted for fiscal year 25 for the wheeling program. Luma requested that the Energy Bureau allow it to reallocate those funds for other activities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the reallocation was to reallocate from the wheeling program funds for fiscal year 2025 to distribution pole and conductor repairs. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is.
Was that reallocation approved by the Puerto Rico Energy Bureau?
Yes, it was.
In approving that reallocation, did you inform the Energy Bureau that the retail program was going to be activities would be deferred?
Yes.
Yes. Did the Energy Bureau give Luma guidance at that time when the reallocation was approved regarding what has been discussed now, that the wheeling program should be implemented faster, even if not perfect, it should be implemented the best way it can? Did you receive that guidance from the Energy Bureau?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of that the Luma has filed an annual wheeling report on the status of the program with the Energy Bureau? It was filed October 2025.
Yes.
Have you received an order from the Energy Bureau in response to your filing?
Not that I'm aware of.
In terms of the cost estimate classifications that you were discussing for the budget, I'm speaking about the proposed budget for the wheeling program, the 3.1 million, and that's 15 million for 26 and 27. You have been testifying that the estimates are classified estimates. I would like for you to please define what you mean by classified estimates.
I called it a class 5 estimate. And
Class 5, sorry.
Yes, and
Class 5 for the record. Could you repeat it so I don't muddy up the record?
Yes, a class 5 estimate, which is generally the highest level of estimate with an uncertainty level, and only a small portion of the actual requirements and details of the project are known in enough detail. So it generally has quite a large band associated with it, which I mentioned in this. We projected at -25 to +75.
Yeah. Could you explain why you use this estimate for this your optimal budget?
This is at this point is all we have. We're at that stage in the project where we're only at a class 5. We need to make the steps of getting the consultants on board and the proponents that are going to help us start to define the details, and then we can start working the estimate down to more refinement and get down to a lower class level in the estimation.
You also testify about the $3.1 million that were budgeted for fiscal year 2026 in the optimal budget. And you testify that given the timing of this rate case, it may not be possible or feasible to spend that amount of money in fiscal year 26. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Could you explain what you meant by that, and that it may not be feasible to spend that money?
Certainly not the full amount, which is going to be the challenge we have with this process taking into the latter part of FY26. We're only going to be left with a couple months when decisions are being made, and I certainly cannot spend $3 million in the 2 months that are left in the year. Could potentially do 2/12 of the budget, but that's what I was referring to.
Does that in any way affect the projected needs when you propose a 3.1?
Sorry, can you
Does
repeat
the
that?
fact that you won't be able to spend that money affect the need for the underlying work that you projected would cost 3.1 million?
No, it will not.
Could you explain why not?
That is still the work. Again, there's a start point and an end point to this project. We can estimate to complete it all. That overall amount of the 48 million as the upper bound of the estimate is what it's going to take to complete the project, no matter when it starts.
Okay. Did the Energy Bureau, you're aware that the Energy Bureau issued a provisional rate order in the course of this rate proceeding, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sorry, you are aware that the Energy Bureau issued a provisional rate order that provisionally revised current rates?
Yes, I am.
Did the Energy Bureau direct Luma to spend, to include in the provisional rate funding for wheeling through the provisional rate?
No, it did not.
Thank you.
Just want to check with Ms. Courtney Lane whether she had any final questions. You still there, Courtney?
I am, thank you, and no further questions.
All right. Well, thank you for your remote help today, and we look forward to hearing from you when your time to be cross-examined occurs, if anybody wants actually to cross-examine you, and I haven't heard that anybody does. So
I have questions for Mr. Kevin Bersham.
go ahead, sir.
When did the Energy Bureau to relocate those $500,000 for poles?
It was 2.7 million, and that was an amendment to the budget that we did in the latter part of FY 2025. I don't count on the date, but it would have been about probably the end of Q3.
But that was not in the wheeling docket. That was 2.7 million relocation of the entire budget.
So it was 2.7 million that we had placed in our NFC budget to start the wheeling process within the existing budget that we had. So it was not specifically had been set aside by the commission or through any type of a hearing, I guess.
So it didn't say 500,000 of the wheeling program that you had approved. We wanted to use those 500,000 for poles now.
Maybe not totally understanding. So the amount was 2.7 million that we moved. We spent 300,000. And can you just clarify your question for me?
Yeah, because the line of questioning that Attorney Mercado mentioned, it seemed like you told us we had given you 500,000 for the wheeling program, and you requested us to take that out and to change it to give you authorization to rebuild poles. So and now I'm hearing it was 2.7 million.
Yeah, so maybe I'll step back a little bit. So FY 2025, we did a budget hearing. We recommended $3 million in the budget, in our NFC budget, be applied for the retail wheeling. That was all agreed at the start of FY 2025 when we got to the point where we put forward later in that fiscal year a budget amendment. And now this is after the point that we were now seeing a drop in our cash, and we were in a very cash constrained environment. And that's some of the things that prompted us to move some funding around or request to remove funding around. So we were asking to remove 2.7 million from what had been done in the budget hearing for the 3 million, spent 300,000, we're left with 2.7, move that 2.7 into an area that in our cash constrained environment seriously needed it, which was the distribution poles.
And when did you make that request to the Energy Bureau?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact date, but it would have been about the late in the year.
Fiscal year.
Yep. $300,000. Yes.
So the thing is, you requested that almost by the end of that fiscal year. And the reason why we gave it was because you weren't going to spend it in wheeling because you haven't used it, and you told us we need this more. This money is much more important for the ratepayers for polls and you know in the budget case. So we approved it.
Yes.
We approved it, but you never told us that you're going to stop the wheeling program because of that.
It was May 15th, 45 days before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So did you tell the Energy Bureau that 500,000 that we approved for polls was that's going to be the commencement of halting the program, the wheeling program? Did you mention that in your motion?
I wasn't directly involved in the motion. I can't say what exactly we said in it. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then you said in the provisional rate that we didn't budget anything for wheeling. Did we budget anything for wheeling at the fiscal 2026 budget before we approved the provisional rate?
That I can't answer.
Okay.
I can't recall.
So what you can recall is the provisional rate, we didn't add anything more to the wheeling budget.
Correct.
That we had approved in fiscal year 2026. So the Energy Bureau did have a budget for the wheeling program in fiscal year 2026, but we didn't add anything more when we approved the provisional rate. When did you tell the Energy Bureau that you stopped the program?
I can't recall when that was done.
Okay, I have your last report is October 28th of 2025. That's when we found out that you had halted the program. And we are aware of the liquidity challenges that you had. And nothing, I just wanted to make the record clear of our decisions. I don't want anyone to think that we're not giving the importance of the wheeling program, because we are.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Ramos. The $45 million Class 5 estimate, is that part of the wheeling docket, implementation docket? When did LUMA come up with that estimate?
Yeah, yes, it is included in the docket. And you're gonna let me try to remember dates here, but it would have been probably late 2023. But there is an actual filing in the docket that is about us with our the cost estimate. And that's exactly where these dollars came from.
Yeah, and I remember that there were estimates on the cost, and that LUMA intended to pass those costs to the participants.
Yes, that's what we discussed in that document.
In that
yes.
moment.
Yes.
But the estimate hasn't changed.
Correct.
It's been 45.
Correct.
45, 48.
It's closer, yeah, 48, 49 million for the overall. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, welcome back. We're going to take our break, and it's 12:35, so we'll come back at Atlantic time 1:50. One thing I forgot to mention this morning in terms of some possible things to talk about this afternoon since we're here. As you may have noticed, I sent a short think piece last night about the federal funds panel. And because I want to spend some time over the next couple of days discussing with the commissioners and my colleagues how to arrange that panel. If anybody wants to comment on that document informally this afternoon, I welcome that. Maybe you haven't read it because you have a life besides this hearing room, but I wanted to give you an opportunity if you had any immediate comments. Nothing binding, no obligation. That's the only thing I want to add for now. Everybody clear? And we'll see you back in 75. What did I just say? Wait, I didn't mean that. 65 minutes. I'll see you back at.
Excuse me, Mr. Hempling. There's two pending subjects on generation. There's one question for Ms. Sanchez-Bras and then the TM 2500s that the bondholders want to ask. If the subject with Maria is just one question, could we do that now so they don't have to come back in the afternoon and just have Attorney Pagens here?
Thank you for that. I actually meant, and I forgot to ask that. So thank you for that. So let's do that very quickly.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm the one that has the questions.
Yes, it's your
Okay.
question.
All right, let's see if I can remember what they are. Welcome back, Ms. Sanchez-Bras. How you doing?
Good and you.
Okay, thank you. So I have a note here that says that I'm going to ask you about some risk of paying twice associated with inventory. The reference being Exhibit 24 at page 16. The reference is 6.7 million, and I have to tell you that I have absolutely no idea what this is about. So you can remind me, please, what we're talking about, please, ma'am.
So good afternoon to everybody. Maria Sanchez for the record. I understand that Mr. Quinoy included an answer to what budget allocation are you proposing for auxiliary equipment, and he included 6.7 million of auxiliary equipment. The answer is no, there is no duplication. I don't know if you want me to, provide you more info. So under normal circumstances, healthy operations, spare parts are ordered as they are consumed. So you have a minimum and a maximum. That's what healthy operations require for inventory. But as we all know, since PREPA has been under bankruptcy for some time, that system was shut off. So basically, what we have been doing is we have been including in our budgets those parts that the machines need just to continue operations. We are not building up spare parts, so there is no way that doubling up on what Mr. Quinoy brought.
Does anybody want to ask a question of Ms. Sanchez-Bras on this point? Mr. Vasquez Melendez, sir.
I believe that the conversation that went with Mr. Quinoy was regarding at the time that they requested on the budget, but they charge it at the time they take it out from the warehouse. So I'm not sure if Mr. Brass had addressed that situation. So I'm not that clear.
I do have follow-up questions on this. This was my line of cross originally, and Mr. Quinoy deferred to Ms. Bra, so I'm happy to pick up.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation about where I think there was sort of a conversation that might have mixed up cash accounting and accrual accounting? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. If I turn this over to to Mr. Brady, you okay with that?
That would be great.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez Melendez. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Go.
Thank you. For the record, Corey Brady, Weil Gutschel, and Manjis speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. So were you listening to Mr. Quinoy's testimony last week?
Hi. To tell you the truth, I heard some of it, but not all of it. So if you want to ask that question again, I would appreciate it.
Okay. And in preparation for today, did you speak to your counsel about what that testimony was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So then, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was asking Mr. Quinoy about how he arrived at a flat $6.7 million per year budget for auxiliary equipment, and why there was no accounting for inflation in that number. And what he said, in effect, was that inflation was not an issue because there was already an inventory of purchased parts of auxiliary equipment, and that ratepayers would not be charged for that equipment until the parts were taken out of the inventory and put into the machine.
Well, let me tell you how it works. Basically, as I was explaining, we don't have parts available in the warehouse for these kinds of services to the machines. So 6.7 is an estimate of what we believe is going to be spent in the next couple of years. And again, we have to remember that these are legacy assets, that our job is to basically, we're not going to be working on them for many years. It's supposed to be the commission. So what we're doing is just placing a number. 6.7 is an estimate of what we believe is going to be spent based on history in those assets.
Okay, well, I'm surprised to hear that because it is directly inconsistent with what Mr. Quinoy said. And as director of the Capital Programs Department, I would expect him to know if there is or is not an inventory.
Objection to this argument. Mr. Quinoy specifically stated that he was deferring this issue with finance to Ms. Sanchez-Bras.
Okay, so
it's a different matter, and he's not You're
That is correct.
that was not his testimony.
I was going to withdraw the question, Mr.
Listen, I was going to excuse what Mr. Brady did because he was, just like I do sometimes. I'm surprised. Help me out of my confusion. And it's sort of a explanation for the question about to come out of his mouth. I don't think there's a big problem with it. I don't think he even meant it in an accusatory way, although it did come across that way. Go ahead, Mr. Brady, will you please?
Yeah, so the question is there or is there not an inventory of parts that Genera has related to auxiliary equipment?
We do have warehouses that have inventory, they do, but most of the, most of the items actually all of the items that Mr. Quinoy is including are basically items that are not in the warehouse.
Okay, but what Mr. Quinoy said was specifically when an item is, he was talking about inflation. I was questioning him about inflation, and he was trying to explain why the budget was flat year over year, because just a few moments ago, Mr. Scoot had said that he had given the example of a turbine that doubled in cost from one year to the next. And so I was trying to understand how it was possible that this budget was completely identical from one year to the next when you're having parts doubling in just 1 year. And his explanation was that inflation is not a factor because the cost is not incurred to the ratepayer until the part actually gets taken out of inventory. So
well, again, and I'm not going to question what Mr. Quinoy brought here.
Sure, it's on the record.
It's on the record. What the only thing that I'm trying to do is to explain how the process works. Basically, the parts go into the warehouse every time they arrive, but within that fiscal year, they're going to get used, and that's when he brings it out of the system. It's just an accounting function. That's what he was trying to explain. As far as inflation, this 6.7 is merely an estimate based on what our history has been. I don't know, like I said.
Okay, so who is paying for the part when you order it and it goes into inventory before it gets taken out?
It's Genera.
So Genera's own corporate resources?
No. We have to remember, again, let's not forget that Genera is basically PREPA's agent. So everything we do is on behalf of PREPA based on what our contract states. So all the funds come from what we're doing right here.
From ratepayers, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so then if ratepayers are paying to have the part purchased and go into inventory, what I'm not understanding and what Mr. Quinoy said is effectively that the cost is incurred when you take it out of inventory. So that sounds like ratepayers are getting charged twice.
Yeah, let me go ahead and explain it. Can I take a couple of minutes to?
Of course you can, but I think what was going on here is that Mr. Quinoy was talking about an accounting, a ledger, an accounting. An accounting maneuver, which is what traditionally one does on its books of account when it takes something out of inventory. But as I understand it, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, the only way you could have gotten cash to pay for these darn parts to begin with is from one of your accounts. The only way that account had any cash in it is because it came from customers at some point, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so this inventory business, I must have misinterpreted as a charge to the ratepayers that goes into a revenue requirement, is what led to the concern about double counting, when that's not what you understand him to have meant.
That's correct.
All right, I don't know what else we can do with this, Mr. Brady, but please continue.
Okay, so then in terms of understanding inventory, I think you said that mostly Genera does not maintain an inventory of parts, right?
We don't. What I meant was that there is no buildup of spare parts. We have the spare parts we inherited from PREPA, but we are not building any spare parts, which is what you normally do when you have a healthy organization. You have minimum, maximums. I mean, I come from the logistics sector, so you have to make sure that before that part is needed, particularly in the instances that we work in, where it may take a year to get that part in-house, you have to make sure that you order it with time. That's not the case here. We are not building up spare parts because these are assets that we are decommissioning. So what we do is we look in the future, at least for a year, to see what parts may come up as a necessary item that we need to purchase, and that's what we buy, not building up spare parts in the inventory.
So you're saying you actually do buy a year's worth of parts in advance, and that's
No.
inventory.
Regarding the revenue, what we're doing here,
Mhm.
we have to include it because we have to include an annual for 3 years. So for 1 year, that's what Mr. Quinoy is asking for every year.
So those are not in your inventory.
They will come in, and accounting wise, they will go into my inventory, and within 1 month or 2, they will be used to pay for maintenance.
Okay. I'm just asking very simply, as of today, those parts are not sitting in your
They're not.
Okay. And in terms of the PREPA parts that you mentioned that you inherited, you are not charging ratepayers to take them
We are
out
not.
of your inventory.
No, sir.
Okay. So going back to the inflation question that I was originally asking Mr. Quinoy about, if you have not ordered these parts and they're not in your inventory, then in fact there is a risk of inflation over time, right?
There's a risk of inflation, of tariffs, which we are seeing right now. There is a risk. I mean, it could go up, it could go down.
And the auxiliary equipment budget does not reflect that, right? Because it's flat year over
year. Well, like I said, it's not the same part over and over every year. It's different parts that we did an estimate that 6.7 million should be enough for those 3 years.
So you're saying some of those parts will not be subject to inflation like other goods and services?
There could be, like we all know. I mean, right now, tariffs, they change almost every week.
I'm not talking about tariffs.
Well, it's the same with inflation. It could go up, it could go down. We are estimating that these parts, whatever we included here, will remain steady for the 3 years.
Excuse me. You're talking past each other. This is what I understood from Mr. Quinoy. The fact that there's an equal amount of dollars in each of the 3 years does not reflect an assumption on Genera's part that there'll never be inflation. You looked at a total. You took into account, I hope. Did you take into account inflation when you came up with the total?
Of course.
Okay, and then you took the total and divided it by 3 like you're in 4th grade and you put the same amount every year. Is that right?
That's correct.
I understood that the first time he did it, but okay, please continue, Mr. Brady.
Respectfully, I object to that, Mr. Hempling. It's not his testimony. The record can speak for itself. He did not answer the question that way when I asked him, and that's why we're asking about this now. Okay, so if $6.7 million is an accurate budget in year 1, and there's inflation between year 1 and year 3, then it would be too low in year 3, right?
Objection, asked and answered a couple of times.
Sustained.
When did I ask that question?
You've asked it in different forms, I think, like for the past 5 minutes.
No, that's a new hypothetical.
I have ruled. Ask the next question, please.
Well, I asked Mr. Quinoy and he deferred to Ms. Bras, and now I'm asking Ms. Bras.
And Ms. Bras answered.
Asked and answered.
Next question. She told me she took the inflation into account when she came up with the total and then simply divided the total by 3. It may not be the best way to reflect things on the books. It may be a great way, but that's what she did. Correct?
Totally correct.
Do you have an estimate of the total value of the inventory that Genera is currently holding?
We have an estimate of what we inherited. Undergoing, we are doing cycle counts to determine the value of that inventory and make sure that everything that we received is indeed the value that it has in the books.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I heard an answer. As of today, do you have an estimate of the total?
Yes, we do.
Okay, could you provide that?
We can write it down and we can provide that to you as of today.
Okay, and that would be the total inventory, because you keep saying parts inherited from PREPA. There are also parts that Genera has purchased, right?
Well, most of the parts that Genera has purchased, as I explained to you, we buy to use immediately. We're not building up inventory for spare parts.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brady. This is Commissioner Ramos. Does that mean that once you grab something from the inventory, you order that part and you put it back in?
That's what it's supposed to be in a healthy situation. You normally, when you use a part that you know that you're going to use again, you have a minimum and maximum. And once you reach that minimum, you reorder that part so that you have it on hand when
Yeah.
you need it again.
But this number we're talking about is essentially you have an inventory. Once you grab it, that's when you order and that's when you.
Exactly. It's
Okay.
we're not building up inventory because we know we're going to decommission
All right.
the equipment.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. So you're not building up inventory, but you are replenishing the PREPA inventory as you draw it down.
Again, most of the parts that we're ordering are not in the warehouse. So the parts that we are purchasing are parts that are not in the warehouse because of the situation that I described at the beginning that I started talking. They were under bankruptcy. They were not ordering parts. Actually, we came here to the PREB to obtain approval for critical components when we started because of that same issue. There were critical components that were needed for the machines that had not been purchased. So we came here to the PREB who authorized a list of critical components, which are spare parts, so that we could fix a lot of the machines that were in need of such fixing.
Right, I understand there are parts that you are ordering that are not in inventory. I'm just trying to, for Commissioner Ramos's question, I'm trying to understand if you pull something out of the inherited PREPA inventory and use it, do you then order that same part?
If we believe that we're going to be using it in the next year or so, we probably would, but not otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, sir.
This Commissioner Ramos, there might be some, or I've seen this practice done, a supplier that would store their parts in your warehouse, and once you pull it and use it, that's when you pay for it. I thought that was what Mr. Quinoy was referring to. Do you have any arrangements like that with any supplier?
No. Actually, excellent question. Thank you for that. Right now, the reality of our warehouses, when we inherited them from PREPA and we started managing them, we have a lot of parts there that, as you know, many of our machines are very old that we're keeping there just in case we in the future need them, because most of these manufacturers don't make them anymore. Actually, even for the critical components that we got approval for, there were some that we have kind of put aside because we haven't found a vendor who can build it. I mean, it's like they're so old that finding someone to create this critical component is getting kind of difficult.
I have a question.
Of course.
I'm going to make this in Spanish to see if it goes really quick. Como compañía privada, ¿Genera paga inventario? ¿Cómo es? Impuesto al
Inventario. Excelente pregunta. Nosotros tenemos los mismos beneficios que PREPA tiene. Como somos agentes de PREPA y esos activos son de PREPA, pues no paga.
Y eso sería igual para Luma. No pagan impuesto al inventario.
I think
confirm to give you a sorry, Margarita Mercado, for the record, we would have to confirm to give you an accurate answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody smile. We'll be back at 2:00.
I have one before we leave. No, I'm sorry. It's just that they were going to speak about the TM 2500. Is Mari Bras leaving? Is she the person to respond to those questions? Oh, it's Payens.
Yeah.
Okay, but he was here that day, and all right.
Back at 2:00.
No, that he couldn't answer the questions, but okay.
Mr. Hamping and commissioners, if you don't need me, I need to go back and authorize payroll and then start my turkey.
Okay. Happy holidays.
Thank you. You too, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Back at 2:00. Back at 2:00. Back at 2:00.